Yeah. You don't get to look away anymore. Not after what we've seen. Not after what we know. Can't sugarcoat evil, I refuse to disguise. Truth hit different when you look in their eyes. Little shoes on the staircase cold. Teddy bear stories that were never told. Paper trails buried deep in the vault. Everyone pointing fingers, not my fault. Money moves quiet, power moves slick. Smiles on TV while the system's sick. High walls, black cars, tinted glass. Closed door meetings, let the scandals pass. You say conspiracy to silence the room, but the victims ain't theories, they carry the wounds. We were distracted, divided by noise, arguing headlines, girls and boys. Meanwhile, predators leverage position, protected by status, wealth and tradition. If justice blind, who tied the cloth? Who benefits most when the truth gets lost? If power's clean, then why the fear? When sealed up pages start coming near.
Wake up, no more shadows, no more silence, no more halos. You can't hide behind the fame. If you fed the fire, you share the flame. Wake up, hear that sound, that's the truth breaking ground. For every child who lost their life, we stand up, we fight tonight.
400,000 missing a year. Tell me why the number don't trigger fear. Why the outrage fade in a week? Why the strong stay silent when the small can't speak? Institutions polished in gold, preaching mercy but the record's cold. If you knew and turned away, silence made you complicit that day. Not left, not right, this ain't a side. Evil don't care about party lines. It's about power abused in dark, about stolen futures before they start. Ballrooms, back rooms, private flights, handshakes hidden from public sights. If your wealth was built on pain, history gon' carve your name. Truth don't die, it waits its turn. Every lie got a fuse that burns. When it sparks, don't act surprised. We warned you once, we're done being quiet.
Wake up, no more shadows, no more silence, no more halos. You can't hide behind the fame. If you fed the fire, you share the flame. Wake up, hear that cry, that's a child asking why. For every tear that fell unseen, we breaking chains, we intervene.
Don't call it hate when we call out wrong. Protecting children ain't extreme, it's strong. You uncomfortable, good, sit with it. Truth ain't gentle when it's explicit. If the stage was bright, but the deals were dark. If the laughter masked a predator's mark. If you profited off the broken and small, the reckoning coming for one and all. No more heroes called from lies. No more idols we idolize. Character measured by what you defend, not the image you try to send. This ain't vengeance, this is guard duty. Standing 10 toes for human dignity. If you righteous, then stand with us. If you guilty, start feeling the rush because the tide turning. You feel that shift. No more shielding, the powerful click. Every child worth more than gold, and we the generation bold.
Hold the line, protect the young. No more deals behind closed doors done. If we the people, prove it now, not someday later, not somehow. Love ain't passive, faith ain't blind, justice required, there's a spark. Wake up, no more shadows, no more silence, no more halos. We see through the polished lies, truth reflected in our eyes. Wake up, hear that sound, that's the system shaking down. For every child who lost their life, we stand up, we fight tonight.
I'm feeling fine. Walking through rows that are grown with care, sweet little flowers, perfume there. 8 years tending this patch of green, medicine's the way I've always seen. No hurry, no race, no nose at parade, just another good day that Bubba made. Slow your roll, take a breath, life ain't always gotta run at full speed. Bubba sets the tone today, everything just melts away. Coffee, sunshine, cedar trees, mountain air and easy breeze. Smiling while I'm walking around, got my feet up on the ground. If life gets loud, I simply say, Bubba sets the tone today. Bubba sets the tone today. Hey! These ain't trophies sitting on a shelf, this is medicine to help myself. Tiny crystals, orange hairs, nature put a little kindness there. One good flower can change the pace, put a smile right back on your face. Ain't about escaping where I've been, it's about feeling whole again. Turn the worries down, turn the music up, sit a spell, fill your cup. Sometimes healing looks a whole lot like a peaceful afternoon. Bubba sets the tone today, chasing heavy thoughts away. Fields are green and skies are blue, simple things will see you through. No big speech and no campaign, just a little sunshine after rain. From the porch you'll hear me say, Bubba sets the tone today. Bubba sets the tone today.
Hide it with a smile. You've been stretching every dollar, you've been walking every mile. There are names you still remember, there are chairs that now sit there. But every time you thought you stood alone, God was already there. I see what you're carrying, but you're not carrying it alone. There's a hand beneath the burden, and a light still leading home. Every promise has a season, every seed it's time to grow. What God planted isn't buried, there's a harvest down the road. When your strength says you can't make it through, the one you believe is not about to abandon you. You don't have to see the ending to believe his word is true. He is finishing the good work that he first began in you. I see what you're carrying, and I see your courage too. But the arms that hold tomorrow are the arms now holding you. Every promise has a season, every seed it's time to grow. What God planted isn't buried, there's a harvest down the road. So let your weary heart believe it's true. God's plan is still unfolding, and the one you believe in is carrying you. You still have something worth holding on to, because the one you believe in is holding on to you.
Well, good afternoon, my mustard seeds. I'm going to be honest with you. Today has been a shit day. It really has been. Sometimes even the person trying to lift everybody else, needs to be reminded that he isn't carrying everything alone. But difficulty does not mean God has abandoned the field. And a season of struggle does not mean the seed has failed. Some of God's greatest works happens beneath the ground where we can't see it, that rooting. And where it may look like nothing is changing at all, things change. So if you're tired today, if you're worried, or if you're wondering whether all your faith and your hard work have mattered, lift your head and hold on a little longer. God has not forgotten what he's planted in you. His plan is still moving forward toward fruition. And no matter how rough this stretch of road may be, there's a harvest down the road. Yeah, no matter how you look at it, right? All right, let's hit the top news real quick. All right, so top 5 stories. Now, this is the thing is, first thing in the morning, this is the first thing that I do is I go through what all the most important stories to not so much to us as it is to them. Okay. Because we get to criticize this shit later on. Okay. I'm just saying we get to criticize it later. All right. So the Iran war reaches the 6-month mark. All right. The U.S.-Israeli war with Iran has now lasted 6 months, far longer than President Trump's original 4 to 5 week estimate. Okay. And see, this is where I'm saying, this is where their news, okay, is going to differ from our news. Okay. But the thing is we've got to put it out there, right? We've got to, we have to set the tone for the day. what we get to correct, what we don't need to correct. All we have to do is verify. Those are the important things, right? Okay. So the administration is shifting towards heavier economic sanctions while Qatar and Pakistan work on negotiations to reopen the strait. Okay. The conflict has cost the United States more than, it says, $37.5 billion, affected weapon supplies and disrupted international oil shipping. This is what I'm going to say. Bullshit. Okay. Why it matters. This is no longer a short military operation. The questions now are whether sanctions can produce an agreement, whether the strait can be reopened safely, and how long America can sustain the financial and military burden. But this is one of the biggest things, is that a lot of people need to realize, okay, they've cleared out all the fucking mines out of the strait. Okay. They got an all clear. Okay. At the same time that Trump gave them a warning, you put another mine in there, we're going to blow up your boats. You ain't going to be able to get on the fucking water. You're not going to have a way to place those mines. All right. Space Force is watching your asses. So come correct or don't come at all. Okay. It is really, really that simple. It really is. Okay. Just because Trump says that Iran's leadership and military have been severely weakened, the critics, well, they keep arguing that the result is currently a costly stalemate. No, it's not. It's not really a costly stalemate, because the only thing that we have to do is sit there. That's all we got to do is sit there. Those kids on those ships are getting paid, whether that ship is farther out to sea and doing something out there or sitting right where in the hell it is. It is really that simple. Okay. Then the Federal Reserve signaled that the interest rates could rise. And I'm beginning to wonder why Trump put Warsh in there if this is the case. Okay. So Federal Reserve Chair Kevin Warsh said inflation remains too high and indicated that further rate increases may be necessary if prices do not move convincingly towards the Fed's 2% target. Markets increased their expectations of a September rate hike following his Jackson Hole speech. Why it matters. Higher rates affect mortgages, credit cards, vehicle loans, farming expenses, and small business borrowing. Okay. This could also create public friction between the Federal Reserve and President Trump. There's already friction there. We already know that. Okay. And who has favored, and President Trump has favored lower rates for decades. This man has said the same thing. Okay. There's absolutely no reason other than the Fed is still trying to bilk every fucking penny out of every American's pocket that they possibly can. And understand this when I say the Fed, okay? The Fed is also what is creating the issue with Canada, okay? Because there's a British Empire strategic play going on, okay? And we'll cover some of that today as well, all right? So judge leaves Trump's new birthright citizenship order alive for now. A federal judge declined to immediately block Trump's August 6th executive order restricting citizenship in cases involving foreign government employees, immigration fraud, and people classified as alien enemies. However, the judge questioned its legality and allowed opponents to revise their lawsuit and challenge it directly. Why it matters. This could become another major constitutional confrontation over the meaning of the 14th Amendment. Responsible framing, the order has not been upheld as constitutional. The judge essentially said the challengers had brought their request through the wrong procedural door and gave them an opportunity to try again. And this is the thing, is they're feeding into this bullshit. Okay, and that's what it is. All right. Then we've got number 4, communication failure put Marine One and an airliner too close together. Now, you remember back on August 4th, Marine One departed from its temporary location on the ellipse. On August 4th, air traffic controllers did not receive the normal advance warning, and an Envoy air passenger jet departed while the helicopter was entering nearby airspace. The FAA has since relocated radio equipment and changed procedures. The story exposes weaknesses in communication between military aircraft and civilian air traffic control around Washington, an especially serious concern following the fatal aviation disaster there in 2025, where the helicopter lady just decided to veer into a plane, right? Okay. There was a serious loss of proper separation, but it was not a collision. And investigators said President Trump was not in immediate danger. The investigation is also preliminary. Okay. So meaning they don't know shit. Okay. But they're still reporting on it. Okay. This is where the problem comes from. Okay. These guys are stemming this from this absolute place of, no matter what Trump does, we've got to talk shit about him. We've got to make him look bad because he's not doing what we want. Okay. We understand what Trump is doing. We've been watching this. We've been monitoring this since the beginning, and we're going to continue to. Okay. We just have to see where it goes. What do you mean I'm breaking up? Am I breaking up? Is my audio good? Give me a 5x5 if my audio is good. Five by 5. Okay. All right. So those of you on Rumble, you may need to refresh your screen in order to get back to full audio. I apologize if you're having issues, but that's not on my end. That's on Rumble's end. Okay. That does happen though. That does happen, because you think about in comparison, I would say that there is probably an equal amount of traffic between the YouTube side and the Rumble side. I think it's about equal as to how many users are actually using that platform. Okay, YouTube tends to be a little bit better, primarily because of the fact that they've had all this time since their establishment in order to fix this and that. Okay. The only thing that they still do is they still censor my viewers and they still censor me. And YouTube can go fuck themselves for that. Yeah, they can. It's I'm sorry. I say that? I said that out loud, didn't I? Oh, dang nabbit. I didn't mean to be that loud. All right. And then we've got the catastrophic flooding along the Nepal-China border. Okay. Flash flooding in the Himalayan border region has killed more than 570 people, with nearly 2,000 still missing. More than 3,700 people have reportedly been rescued in Nepal, while mud and damaged infrastructure and the possibility of additional flooding are complicating operations. Officials believe the glacier collapse may have created a temporary natural dam that subsequently burst. Why it matters? This is one of the world's most serious active humanitarian disasters. People from numerous countries, including Americans, were reportedly traveling through the region. Responsible framing on this: the casualty and missing person numbers are still changing. And it's as to the glacier collapse explanation, that's just the leading theory. That's not the final determination. Okay, that all changes. All right, that all changes. The story almost always changes, right? Am I? You know what I'm saying? It almost always changes. All right. So, with the 5 top things done, before we move forward today, I need to take a minute and just speak to you guys honestly. I love doing this podcast. I love the conversations we have, the songs that get created, the information that we uncover, and the community that we built. But all of this, uh, but keeping all of this going it costs money. And I've reached a point where I generally need some help from people who believe this program is worth continuing. I know times are difficult, and I would never want anybody to give money they need for groceries, medicine, rent, or taking care of their family. Your presence, your prayers, and sharing the podcast are just as valuable to me. But if you are in a position to help, even a few dollars, it would make a real difference. Small contributions from several people can keep the equipment working, the internet connected, the dogs cared for, and Hawks Mustard Seeds on the air, period. Okay, it's that simple. I'm not asking anybody to carry this alone. I'm simply asking those who can help to carry a small piece of it with me. If this podcast has ever informed you, encouraged you, made you laugh, or reminded you that you weren't standing alone, please consider donating through the links that are provided. All right. Thank you for listening. Thank you for believing in what we're building. And thank you for helping me continue planting these mustard seeds. And it is really that simple. But it's what I did today was one of the neighbors came by because he needed to get my post hole or post pounder thingy to drive in some posts, and he happened to have a gas can in the back of his truck, and I swiped it. I got permission, but I swiped it. And so I got 3 gallons in the generator right now. But I depend on the generator in order to cook, in order to provide lights for the dogs, and the other things that we need, and to be able to come to you guys. And if I ain't got no gas, then I can't do squat. So, it's and believe me, I don't, the first 4 years that I did this, I never asked for a dime. I didn't want a dime. As a matter of fact, the farm was still operating at that time, and we were donating to other people who were struggling and everything else. And I've had a couple of really good supporters that have really come in the clutch, on a lot of different things, and Miss Mindersu being one of those. She has she has pulled me out of a dark hole many times, especially with the dogs, between getting fines paid off for the dogs being outside the fence, and getting medicine that is needed or surgery for the medicines and everything. She has always been one to step up, but I can't leave this on 1 or 2 people's shoulders. I've got to put it out there for people and just say, hey, listen, if you can help, it's needed. It really is. Yeah, it's we'll stop with that. Because you're gonna make me cry, and I don't like that. I don't like that. All right. So we've got a few things to go through today. It's and we're going to we're going to cover as much as we can, and see where we can go from here. But there's a lot of surprising things coming out in the news right now, and it's, you just never kind of know what's going to happen next, because some of these people are real fucking idiots. And I'm just saying, some of these people are just real idiots. And I don't, I'm not meaning to yeah, fuck breaks the spell. Okay. It breaks the spell, it breaks the hex, it breaks whatever, and believe me, I walked out in the field this morning and I played that song. Sometimes fuck just isn't enough. You know which one I'm talking about. And it made my morning. It made my morning. Maddie had me up at 4:19. So my feet hit the ground and I was on my way to make coffee when 4:20 a.m. rolled around, and I've been going ever since. So Barron is not doing well right now. He has what appears to be a BB lodged on the side of his head. I believe one of these kids from up the road were out playing around, and he ended up with something. So I'm going to end up trying to remove it. I'm waiting for the swelling to go down. I got an ice pack tied to his face right now, and we'll see what happens. But it feels from the feeling that I get, it feels like a BB. And it's it's about an inch below his ear. But that's all. I have scalpels, I have sutures, I have dressings and everything to take care of that stuff myself. So if it turns out to be something more than that when I cut it open, then I'll approach that as whatever is necessary. But he's doing okay. It's not really irritating him, except for he keeps going to scratch his ear and he hits it, and it kind of it kind of hits him. I do have a snail mail option. Where is it? There it is. That's my snail mail. But the only thing is, I don't have a bank, so don't send me a check. Don't send me a money order, because I have no way to cash them. Cash I can just give to the delivery person when they come out, and they can grab what's necessary when they're down in town. So, all right, let's go ahead and kick this off. All right, Newsmax. Fetterman sounds the alarm. Senator John Fetterman says Democrats have a socialism problem, blasting far-left candidates, including garbage Michigan Senate nominee Abdul El-Sayed, and rejecting the idea that their rise reflects a big tent party. No, it doesn't. He's garbage. It is that fact. And then Department of War innovation. If our bases can't power themselves, our military can't project American power. Project Janus drops up to 20 microreactors onto U.S. Army bases with a simple common sense rule: no energy delivered, no taxpayer dollars paid. Project Janus ensures our warfighters have the reliability on an unbeatable power they need to fight, win, and dominate. And this is the thing. You think about it, if you think about the amount of power that it requires to run everything on a military base, okay, then if they got their own reactor there, they have their own power. It's not being the monthly electric bills aren't being subsidized by the public, and they have their own renewable energy, basically. And I think that is an important aspect of this. There is a statement in regards to this so they got This is one of the micro reactors here getting set up. The Department of the Army, oh, actually, no, that's a firing platform. The Department of the Army has announced today the Janus program has selected 5 nuclear energy vendors and 5 initial locations. In partnership with the Department of War Innovation Unit, DIU, the Army is awarding up to a combined $2.2 billion to own, construct, and operate nuclear microreactors on military installations. These vendors will deliver safe, secure, and reliable nuclear power, strengthening the Army's ability to project power globally, while supporting the revitalization of the American industrial capacity and technological leadership. With the private sector funding expected along with these government dollars, the Army expects more than 20 total nuclear microreactors to be built and operated across the Department of War installations. The 5 selected vendors and installations are as follows: Antares Nuclear Inc. at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, Radiant Industries Inc. at Fort Benning, Georgia, Westinghouse Government Services at Fort Drum in New York, BWXT Advanced Technologies LLC out of Fort Campbell, Kentucky, and then General Atomics Electromagnetic Systems in Fort Hood, Texas. Since launching the Janus program, our mandate from President Trump and Secretary Hegseth has been clear: secure the power our warfighters need to train, deploy, and win, said Dan Driscoll, Secretary of the Army. Awarding these contracts accelerates our ability to deliver safe, reliable, baseload power directly to our installations. We are building the energy resilience necessary to project combat power globally without relying on potentially vulnerable external grids. The Janus program is grabbing the baton from Project Pele and the Department of Energy's reactor pilot program, said Jeff Waxman, Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary of the Army for Installations, Energy, and Environment. We are seeking not just reactors capable of turning on for a brief demonstration, but rather systems able to deliver power with high capacity factors for years of operation. The Janus program will be a complete success when and only when we have assisted multiple nuclear companies in developing truly reliable and affordable nuclear microreactors, which they can sell to other buyers beyond just the military. After gathering technical and operational information from industry via an area of interest released by the DIU, the Army down-selected potential industry awardees for negotiation of other transactions, authority-based agreements. A decision board and a panel of top nuclear and technical experts from the Department of Energy, national laboratories, and representatives across the services provided deeply rigorous input on the technical risks, the financial situation, and the management capabilities of the solutions. The close collaboration with technical experts and service representatives ensured selected vendors would provide solutions to enhance energy resilience for specific operational needs at military installations. Sorry. When DOE, Department of Energy, created an authorization pathway for the demonstration of advanced reactor design, we quickly began to realize how valuable these technologies could be for fortifying our national defense infrastructure, said Assistant Secretary of Nuclear Energy Ted Garish. We are honored to work in lockstep with the Army to leverage nuclear energy innovation and support of our country's military operations at home and abroad. And this is going to go on and on and on. So I'm going to go ahead and stop right there. But it just gives you an idea of the direction and what's going on. Now, Josh Shapiro. Let's see what this POS has to say today. So, Chief Nerd said Governor Josh Shapiro responds to the Lancaster County coroner.
Since you had your news conference in Lancaster, we've learned a little bit more information about the case with the baby that it was a newborn. The coroner said that it was a ruptured spleen and didn't consider it a measles death. So, given the fact that we're in an environment where there is misinformation and there is confusion, why not be a little more specific and transparent about that case?
I think the Department of Health has made clear that they've shared all the information that they are permitted under state law to share, and that those 2 deaths were measles related. I think it's important to take a step back and
he's a liar.
And sort of give an update on.
The coroner said it flat out. Okay, there was an old guy, okay, who died of one thing, not measles. A baby died, not measles. He's a fucking liar. This guy should not be a governor.
Where we are right now. This is obviously a deeply serious measles outbreak that we are dealing with all across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And since my comments on Tuesday that you referenced, the situation has gotten much worse. A few moments ago, the Department of Health released some updated numbers of people who have contracted measles. It has now risen to over 445 of our fellow Pennsylvanians.
I don't believe
it. Now spans 31 of our counties. To put that into some perspective, just on Tuesday, that represents an increase of about 70 cases, and it's also increased to more counties, now representing nearly half.
Wait, you're saying that brings up 70 cases, but you just said that there's over 400. If you're going to throw numbers out there, you better learn how to bullshit a lot better there, mister.
Of our counties here in Pennsylvania. As I said that day, and I've said since, I think the most important conversation that needs to take place is between parents and people and trusted medical providers and trusted medical experts. And I think it's really important that that conversation happens offline. I don't think it serves the interest of public health or slows the spread of this outbreak. For me to get into a back and forth about conspiracy theories that are showing up online.
Let's talk about fucking conspiracy theories, Mr. Shapiro. Okay. Honestly, I believe that you're probably giving the people the measles. They're coming in for one thing, but you're giving them the measles intentionally. Okay? Nobody's going to trust the medical industry until there's fucking accountability. Why isn't the CDC standing next to you? Why isn't the CDC the one out there saying, oh, yeah, we have an outbreak? You are a piece of crap liar.
I got a serious job to do for the people of Pennsylvania. And that job at this moment requires me to do a whole bunch of things, including trying to find ways to stop the spread of this measles outbreak.
No, what it is you want to get people in and make them and force them to vaccinate their kids. That's what you're trying to do. Okay, I want to know how much fucking money this guy gets from pharmaceuticals. I want to know.
What public health experts have made clear is that if you are vaccinated, you're not going to get measles. The example that we offered the other day still stands.
Hey, what did I say? Fucking vaccinated. Vaccination. Fuck you, Shapiro. Fuck you.
Person with measles walks into a room of 100 people who are unvaccinated. It is likely that 90 of those people will walk out with measles. That is how highly contagious it is.
They will
Yet
walk
if that's
out.
100 people who are unvaccinated, it is likely that 90 of those people will walk out with measles. That is how highly contagious it is. Yet if that same person with measles walks into a room of 100 people who have all been vaccinated, the only person walking out with measles is the individual who walked in. So look, the Department of Health will continue, Pennsylvania Department of Health will continue to collaborate as they have with the CDC and other federal agencies. We'll continue to collaborate with our local communities as they have. We'll continue to put out accurate information as they have. I trust Dr. Deb Bogan and the team there to continue to do that important work. But what does not serve the public interest right now is getting into a back and forth with people online who are spewing irresponsible conspiracy theories.
Yeah, irresponsible. Keep pushing that fucking jab there, mister. Because I'll tell you what, guaranteed, it's not the measles shot that we got as kids. I'm telling you that right now. Okay? It is not the measles shot that we got as kids. Leading report says the CIA's MK Ultra mind control program may still be active and conducting experiments on America. According to testimony before the House Oversight Committee. Let's see, did he add anything else to this? Uncle Ted knew what was coming.
Due to improved techniques, the elite will have greater control over the masses. And because human work will no longer be necessary, the masses will be superfluous, a useless burden on the system. If the elite is ruthless, they may simply decide to exterminate the mass of humanity. If they are humane, they may use propaganda or other psychological or biological techniques.
Yeah, just saying, it's 100% there. So, and then there is Jordan Chain put one together, brainwashed the secret CIA experiments in Canada. You know, understand that the Central Intelligence Agency isn't just in the United States. It is in everywhere. Everywhere. MK Ultra 2.0 mind control techniques, directed energy attacks, and anomalous health incidences, Havana syndrome. Remember Havana syndrome? Remember they came out with that? Okay. What was that? Just months ago. Just months ago, the Havana syndrome. All right. Voice to skull technology, psychological warfare, organized harassment, government weaponization. Yeah. We know. You know, just saying. Yeah. Now, where's Tin TV at right now? Because she'd love that. She'd love that. All right, back to our list. And then we got this.
Justice Department, CNN is learning, has launched a new criminal investigation into one of Trump's enemies, E. Jean Carroll. Now, E. Jean Carroll was the former magazine columnist who accused President Donald Trump of sexual assault. Ended up being that he was liable for sexual abuse. The source is telling CNN that the investigation now is focused on whether Carroll committed perjury during her 2 civil lawsuits against the president. Paula Reed is breaking the story, and she's out front. And Paula, what else are you learning about this? I mean, there was obviously a verdict here.
That's right. And here, Aaron, this is the latest move by the Justice Department to take action against one of President Trump's long-standing foes. Our sources tell us that this investigation is focused on a 2022 deposition that Carroll gave, where she said that she had not received any outside funding. Now, her lawyers later told the judge that she had, in fact, received funding for legal fees and expenses from billionaire Reid Hoffman. The judge overseeing this case ultimately said there were no issues with her credibility and blocked Trump lawyers from asking about this at trial. Now, Carroll currently has multiple legal battles with Trump currently pending, including one before the Supreme Court. And notably, Aaron, the Supreme Court has deferred 12 times on a decision whether they want to take up that case. Now, over at the Justice Department, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, I am told, has recused from this case because he worked on one of the appeals related to the Carroll case. Now, I'm told he has not attended any meetings or been in any discussions about this investigation. The case is currently being handled out of the U.S. Attorney's Office in Chicago. Now, tonight, the Justice Department issued a statement saying, quote, "We can confirm that no U.S. Attorney's Office has declined to investigate any case relating to the subject matter of CNN's inquiry. We will not comment beyond that."
Yeah,
now, Carroll's team tonight
spin it with lies and bullshit, just like you're doing right now. You're playing it off like he did something wrong. She started this off by saying that, that he was found liable, but that was in a civil case based upon fiction, bullshit. And this woman's on national TV talking about how rape is sexy. Okay. Remember that with Anderson Cooper? Anderson had to go to commercial because she wouldn't stop. It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I'm not even going to finish it. I'm not. All right. And then finally, a president that actually cares about the country. A week after, well, I'll just let him tell you.
It's good to have a president that actually cares about people again, isn't it? Because it's been a very long time since we can say that we've had a president that cared at all about me, you, or anybody else. So when the American people are rightfully outraged over the incredibly high prices of beef, paying as much as $20 for a freaking burrito because the last administration allowed our herd size to drop to the lowest level in 75 years, the president took action. Donald Trump decided something had to be done. And because he's not Jesus and can't snap his fingers and make 15 million cows just appear, he did the one thing that he has the power to do, which is to lower the tariffs on 300,000 pounds of beef that were already going to be imported to reduce the price for you and me at the supermarket. But that's not all, because that's not the only problem. As everybody knows, one of the major problems in our beef industry is where the meat is processed and who it's processed by. But because this guy gets it, he's not done. The solution he proposed earlier this week was simply designed to give ranchers and farmers a little bit more time so they can continue to grow their herd size. But even if they have a perfectly balanced herd, it doesn't matter if you're running all of your meat through one of these 4 monopolistic processing plants. And the best way to deal with monopolistic processing plants is to give ranchers the ability to process their own beef. And that's exactly what he's going to do. I am authorizing legal documents to be drawn in order to allow farmers and ranchers to be given the right to process their own food. And it's not just beef. Did you see that? Farmers and ranchers. That means farmers who maybe don't just do beef and ranchers. Look, I think many of us expected this move because it's the right thing to do. I just don't know if we expected it to happen this fast, because things like this do not happen that quickly in Washington, D.C. unless you have a president who actually gives a shit about you.
Yep. So guys like Lightning Springs Ranch will be able to build their own processing center right there on their own ranch and be able to not have to take it to a butcher. They can hire somebody to come in and take care of, getting their beef prepared. I'm just saying. There's something to it, and we should be paying attention to it. All right. And once we hit the hour mark, we will be taking a safety meeting because I got to run out and check on the girls. But we got a couple more that we'll cover first, and then I've got to run out. I'm only going to be away for about 3.5, 4 minutes. It's all it takes me to get over there and get back. All right. So, don't think that it's going to be like forever. All right. Let's go here. This is in ICE has just arrested a New Orleans police recruit.
We have a new development that we know that you are not aware of yet, but we also know that it will become a newsworthy item. And therefore, we're going to go ahead and share it with you. We don't have a lot that I can tell you. But as of this morning, ICE did indeed take into custody one of our police recruits, who is we hired and was in the police academy at the time. We've had conversations with ICE regarding this. There was no struggle involved in any of it. The person was actually, the recruit was taken into custody without any incident whatsoever. So what you would want to know about this particular person is that on our end, when we were doing the hiring process, there was nothing that was in the packet that would have us have reason to believe that this person did not have legal status. There is some question that may have developed later, but there was a signed order by a judge for his removal back in December. We hired him way before that.
Yep. So they had an order. He already had he already had an active deportation order when he became a recruit. You guys don't check that shit out. You know, and this is the thing, you know, isn't, if I'm not mistaken, this liberal police chief here, you know, didn't she have some problems like a year or two ago too? You know, I'm just saying, you know, it's no, I'm not going to mute myself. I'm not going to mute it this time, Miss Mindersley. I'm just going to leave my mic open so that way there you'll hear the doors slam when I come back in. You know, you'll be like, he's back. Yeah, it's all right. POTUS enters mission control at Johnson Space Center in Houston.
Tomorrow's going to be a big day. I'll be watching tomorrow with Jared. Jared's done a fantastic job. And we just opened an academy. And that's going to be the equivalent of the best. It'll be at that same level when you talk West Point, Air Force, Coast Guard, Navy, Annapolis. It's going to be at that level. And we'll make sure. I said, if I'm going to do it, it has to be at that level. Because I did Space Force. So there's a little feeling there. And we're going to do a real job. We're going to pick a site pretty soon, right? There's great sites. Everybody wants it. Every state is fighting for it.
I suspect a lot of members of Congress are going to be giving you a call, Mr. President.
Oh, they've been calling. Good. Well, I just want to thank everybody. This was fantastic today. I had no idea, and I understand this is the first president that's come in and greeted you geniuses, and at a point like this. But I just want to thank you. You do a fantastic job. I'm very proud of Jared, the job he's done. It's been incredible. He was recommended by everybody. Everybody wanted him. Republican, Democrat. I even had an independent they called for you. An independent. Hadn't spoken to him in a long time. But it's a great honor, and what you do is incredible.
There you go. Yeah. Just saying. Just saying. There's a little something to it. Secretary Bobby Kennedy allows the release of the shocking HHS study linking transgender ideology to leftist political violence. And it's a long, well, actually, it's not as long as I thought it was going to be. Yeah, that's happening today, too. So, you know, we got to see where it goes. Homeland Security says the law will be enforced in California through Operation Guardian Angel. We have arrested hundreds of illegal alien criminals from California jails into our custody. We will ensure they are removed from our nation. Here we go.
Okay, I have the subject. He popped out on e-crime. He got a biometric hit and I checked his rap sheet.
This is just such a massive project. We have about 25 people start to finish vetting the people that are in the jail all the way through to conducting the criminal proceedings. They're arrested, they're charged locally. We initiate federal charges against them, usually for unlawful reentry after having been ordered removed. We need to conduct the transfer from the local criminal justice system to the federal criminal justice system. So in order to do that, we write a warrant.
It looks like he got arrested for carrying a loaded firearm in a public space and DUI. We have his booking number. I checked. He's still in custody.
Let's have someone build a packet right now. Please start writing a warrant so we can get it to the judge as soon as possible.
We'll do that. Once that's done, those individuals are turned over to a separate program within ICE called the Criminal Alien Program, where after they've served their time or they've had their federal criminal charges adjudicated, they get turned over for administrative removal proceedings with them.
Yep. So that's going on. Then the Federalist. Antifa networks panic after Trump administration sanctions their secret tech collective. They are having a cow, especially in Portland. I've heard stories about poop going on in Portland. Yeah. And then we got this. So this is California election fraud arrests. The Trump DOJ captured a Honduran national this morning. Okay, this is this morning. After registering to vote and falsely claiming to be a U.S. citizen. The thing that never happens just happened again. Darwin Jonathan Rivera Flores now faces multiple felonies and deportation if convicted. Turn over your voter rolls to the DOJ now, Newsom. Yep, because they're coming for him. They're coming for him. All right, this is where I'm going to have to step away for a couple of minutes just to go check on the girls. I will give you a safety meeting for while I am gone. What's right now?
What's right now? Walk in the room with a smile on your face, but your mind's racing all over the place. Got 1,000 things running through your head, and you know you ought to slow it down instead. Don't just grab the first draw you see. There's a little bit of science to the TAC. Take a minute, breathe. Don't rush somehow. Ask yourself what's right now. Do you need to chill? Do you need some sleep? Do you need relief? That's nice and deep. Do you need a snack? Do you need a grin? Let's figure out where to begin. What's right now? What's your body say? Are you winding down? Are you winding down? At the end of the day, no the lights if you're ready. No the lights if you're ready for cushion. Rubber cushion, your battery's dead. When the eggs hang around, blue cheese if you're still moving around. Everybody's different somehow. So what's right now? Turn down the speed. Let your busy little brain be free. Tired of getting lost, sleep your body like a warm blanket by your side. Walks through the door, says, buddy, you ain't working anymore. It's the couch parade. Cancel your chores that you already made. Need some comfort, need some busy thoughts, need those busy thoughts to see. Don't overthink, don't wear a frown. Listen when your body's talking now. What's right now? What's your body say? Are you winding down? Are you winding down? At the end of the day, know the lights if you're ready. Know the lights if you're ready for bed. Your battery's dead. When the eggs hang around, blue cheese if you're still moving around. Everybody's different somehow. What's right now? Dosey says I got your back. When your muscles stop, grab a little bite, still keep dancing through the night. Slow reaction, dry mouth, some water close to you. If your heart starts racing fast, take it easy, let it. Everybody's chemistry works a little differently. What's right now? Listen to yourself. Not every job belongs on everybody's shelf. Some are sleepy, some are light, some are daytime, some are night. Take it slow and you'll find out how to choose what's right now. What's right now? Hey, hey, ask your body what's right now. Hey.
I'm back with you. See, it was that quick. Just had to check on him. Yeah. All right, let's see. Let's get back to our feed. Do this again. All right, let's go here.
A new challenge for many international students attending UC schools and looking for work. A new order from President Trump has the UC system pausing programs involving internships. Some students say this might derail their education. Here's NBC's Valina Jones.
A program pause is creating new problems for several F1 visa students at UC Berkeley and several other UC schools tonight. We're talking about international students looking to enroll in so-called curricular practical training, or CPT, essentially internship programs. Earlier this month, UC schools began announcing they were temporarily suspending the program. Those suspensions follows a letter from the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement warning of increased scrutiny of universities nationwide that participate in the Student and Exchange Visitor Program.
It would have been nice to have at least the ability to take an internship here. So it actually does suck.
CPT allows for F1 visa students to take part in internships. On August 13th, the UC Berkeley International Office issued a lengthy statement outlining the changes. In a statement, the office says they're suspending CPT applications considered integral to the program of study, but are not a degree requirement. The bottom line, it's going to be harder for international students to find work in their field of study.
We're in the land of the free, and you should be able to work or at least expand your horizon throughout internships, not just throughout college, the whole college experience.
UC Berkeley says it made the move to reduce risks to the university and avoid potential immigration issues for students. Tonight, some students say they're still trying to figure out if they're affected.
And if it impacts me directly, that would suck, of course, but I will have to check with all the offices.
As for how long the program could stay paused, the international office also says they're consulting with lawyers to figure out how to proceed. In Berkeley, Valina Jones, NBC Bay Area News.
Before Democrats, liberals, and the media start telling you that, the Trump administration is attacking foreign students, he's not letting them work, just know that this is already a rule. He didn't really do anything but just inform the schools that this needs to be more strictly enforced. And right here it confirms that. The Trump administration is telling schools they will now enforce it much more strictly. The rule was already on paper. So this is nothing new. This is something they have just been allowing students to get away as a loophole. So what it is, the CPT is just an internship program for F1 students to do while they're in school. The longstanding rule is it has to be part of the actual academic program, not just I found a job, so enroll me in this internship class so I can work legally. The government says that too many schools are treating the CPT, which is the internship program, like a work permit. Student gets an internship, signs up for a credit course or independent study, and the school rubber stamps it. ICE calls this unauthorized employment dressed up as schoolwork. So really what foreign students were doing was they were coming over here, they were getting an internship, they needed a legal work permit, and the way to do that was sign up for one of these classes. The school rubber stamps it, gives them the little authorization, and then they're legally allowed to stay in America and work a job, live their life.
Yep. Not anymore. Not anymore. Yeah. All right, Canada. Oh, I got a whopper for you.
And finally, sir, in this executive order, we're also changing the name of the Canada Geese as per your request. They will now be known throughout the world as Donald Ducks, which is a more suiting name, given that they now live in Lake America and not Canada with the rest of those losers. Donald Ducks are now an American species, and they're already happily migrating to our shores as we speak.
One more time. I got to do it one more time.
And finally, sir, in this executive order, we're also changing the name of the Canada Geese as per your request. They will now be known throughout the world as Donald Ducks, which is a more suiting name, given that they now live in Lake America and not Canada with the rest of those losers. Donald Ducks are now an American species, and they're already happily migrating to our shores as we speak.
Oh. All right. Secretary Marco Rubio has just revoked the visa of an Iraqi national on FBI's terrorist watch list. who was given the International Woman of Courage Award by the Biden administration. All right. Yeah. How about that? Oh, awesome. Oh, okay. Thank you. All right. Jake's got to stop by. He's back in town. So as soon as I have money to give him for fuel, he will go and get my cans filled up for me. I'd love to get the tank filled up, but requirement is I got to get filled up. That's the thing. And, raising enough to buy 1 or 2 5-gallon cans of gas only gets a day or two. It doesn't get much more than that. So, all right, but based Marco, yep. So Taif Sami Mohammed Al Shakarachi is an Iraqi national and was given a Gender Equity Award, despite fomenting terror against Americans. Unfreaking real. This was ever a thing. All right. This Iraqi national's visa has now been revoked by the State Department following her placement on the Federal Bureau of Investigation's terror watch list. She is no longer present in the United States. Under President Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio, suspected terrorists will never be allowed to remain in the United States. Marco is restoring sanity. See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya. Yeah. All right. And then we got this.
Mr. President, welcome to Johnson Space Center. I am grateful to serve under a president with the vision and determination to ensure American leadership across the great frontier of space. A president with the foresight to see the diplomatic potential and give us the Artemis Accords. We now have 70 nations that have signed. The 71st will sign on Monday. The foresight to see the national security implications and give us the United States Space Force. The foresight to see the scientific, the economic, the inspirational potential and give us Artemis and Moonbase. President Trump knows great nations do great things, and he has given NASA the mandate and the resources to undertake the big, bold endeavors and achieve them. Mr. President, welcome to Johnson Space.
It's not like any of us would be able to ever go to space. Why in the hell are we the ones that have to fund it? I mean, think of it. Are they going to let you get on a rocket and go into space? Excuse my French. Fuck no, they wouldn't. They wouldn't. I'd show up on Mars, get them Martians high, and that'd be it. We'd have a diplomatic incident. Their gravity, their buoyancy, everything, it's all different. I'm just saying, I show up with some Bubba Kush and Mars is gone. It's gone. Them Martians would be like trying to jump off and land on Earth so that they can have Bubba all the time. Yeah. Just saying. I'm just saying. There's always so much to this stuff, Just saying. But somebody's got to do it. Somebody has got to do it. It's just got to happen. It's got to happen. Aliens, they're cool as long as they remain alien. But I don't know. I think they're getting a little pushy. Yeah. All right. April Sparks put this out. Woman filmed burning a Quran while walking through a residential neighborhood in East Portland's Gateway Hazelwood area. And I know that area very, very well. She carries the burning book down the street before stopping in front of a house used by local Muslim residents as a mosque. Her actions followed frustration with prayer calls being broadcast over loudspeakers in the neighborhood. I'm going to blow up the earth.
Morning, John.
Yep. Telling you, this is I think that's gonna be part of our cleanup. Swift cleanup. Yeah. I'm going to blow up the earth. Yeah, the right tools, the right authorities in the hands of trained warfighters. 3 cartel drones defeated. Joint Task Force Southern Border is delivering real capability where it matters, defending our forces, securing our borders in support of CBP, and defending the homeland. We have the Watch, basically counter drone technology. Personnel used a multi-purpose high-energy laser system to engage and defeat 3 hostile UAS, and those are small craft. So it would be drones. All right. Then I got to tell you, elderly man beats up a young man after he stepped on his foot and swung at him in a South Carolina restaurant. Yeah, I'm going to play it for you because he fucking deserves this.
Hey, motherfucker, I'm off the hell out of you. It's not going to go away. I don't see it. I ain't over there behind that.
Yeah. So let's see. Elderly man beats up a younger man after he stepped on his foot and swung at him in South Carolina restaurant. Boots and Sonny's worker Hakeem LaPierre is credited with helping the older man. I saw it was a young guy jumping on an older man, and then I saw a lobby full of men and nobody moved, he said. I'm not looking for the hero title. I just do what I expect another person to do if they see that happening to my father or grandfather. The elderly man says his wife made him go to the ER after the incident. I'm the man that got hit. I've had 3 heart attacks and on blood thinners. That's why I went to the ER. I didn't want to go, but my wife made me, he said in a Facebook comment. The younger man, Gregory Tyrekus Jacobs, was arrested and charged with 2 counts of assault and battery. Yep. Lock his little fucking punk ass up. Yep. At the end of the day, President Trump is going to put the American worker first. There you go.
In the case of Canada, I have spoken with Secretary Bessent, with our great trade rep, Jameson Greer. The deal was basically done, except that then Prime Minister Carney started to realize this was bad politics for him. He has run on being the tough guy against Trump. Elements of the deal, which was a fair deal on all sides, started to leak out, and suddenly he sends in some of his political team on top of the negotiating team and pulls out and starts spinning. One of the pieces of the spin, to your point on China, was that we were demanding that Canada not enter into other types of trade agreements. That's absolutely not true. What the team said was, look, if we're going to give you very favorable tariff status, we're going to give you the best deal of any other country that we trade with in the world. You can't then let China take advantage, what they call transshipment, and start dumping their goods into Canada just to dump their goods in the United States. And we're right back where we've been for many, many administration. So you've got to raise, Canada, your tariffs on China, importantly, like Mexico has done. And I have to tell you what, in contrast to Prime Minister Carney, Scheinbaum down in Mexico
she's not
has
saying
worked
anything.
well with us, has established a good relationship with the president, is working with us not just on cartels and national security, but also on these trade issues. At the end of the day, President Trump's going to put the American worker first.
Yep. And it is that important. Yeah. Wish he was in office back when I was, a young whippersnapper working. Yeah. What a difference that would have made. The debriefing 17 says timelines matter and another tool ahead of schedule. The plan is called Operation Resolute Justice. It was issued internally in February of 2026. It covers the transfer of condemned prisoners from the U.S. disciplinary barracks at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, to the federal execution facility at Terre Haute, Indiana. I don't know what's going on there. I couldn't get the E off of there. I don't know what's happening. It includes procedures for witness viewing stations, coordination with the Federal Bureau of Prisons, and the logistics of carrying out the first military execution since April 13th, 1961. The last time the United States military executed a prisoner, John F. Kennedy was president. That was 65 years ago. There are 4 men on the military's death row. Robert Gray was convicted by a general court-martial of premeditated murder, attempted murder, and 3 rapes near Fort Bragg. He was sentenced to death in 1988. So here we go. This guy has been on death row for damn near 40 years. 40 years that we have fed, clothed, and housed this POS. Yeah. He has been on death row now for 38 years. The families of the women he murdered were told the military justice system would deliver the ultimate accountability, and then nothing happened for almost 4 decades. Hassan Akbar threw grenades into his own unit's tents during the opening days of the Iraq War in Kuwait in 2003. He killed Army Captain Christopher Seifert and Air Force Major Gregory Stone. He wounded 14 other soldiers. He was sentenced to death in 2005. That was 21 years ago. Timothy Hennis was sentenced to death for a triple murder committed in 1985, 41 years ago. Nadal Hassan opened fire on his fellow soldiers. It seems kind of funny. Maybe maybe anybody who's got this name Hassan in their name, whether it's a first or a last name, maybe they shouldn't be allowed anywhere near fellow soldiers, period. All right. Nadal Hassan opened fire on his fellow soldiers at Fort Hood in 2009. He killed 13 people. He was sentenced to death in 2013, 13 years ago. Trial, conviction, sentencing, appellate review, every safeguard in the Uniform Code of Military Justice, Article 71, requires that no military death sentence can be carried out without presidential approval. The process ran, the process produced a result. And then the institution sat on it. for decades. An institution that sentences but does not execute isn't showing mercy, it's breaking a promise. The families were told the system works, the court heard the evidence, the jury deliberated, the judge pronounced the sentence, the appellate courts reviewed the proceedings, every safeguard was honored, every right was protected, and then nothing. The sentence sat on a shelf and gathered dust while the families awaited and the condemned lived, and the institution's own finding meant less than with every passing year. Every year the sentence goes unexecuted, the institutional promise gets weaker. Not because the sentence was wrong, because the institution that produced it refused to follow through on what it found. This series has spent 24 posts documenting one pattern: governments around the world building enforcement tools and then using them. Russia built transparent crypto rails and then raided the operators who stayed in the shadows. India designated its enforcement directorate as the lead crypto agency and then seized 2.4 billion from a single conglomerate. Colombia's new president stepped into an operation that was already running and captured a cartel commander within 48 hours. The DEA director went on national television and named Mexican officials working directly with terrorist cartels. Treasury said whether in dollars, reals, or crypto, and then designated 2 Iranian exchanges the same day. Every one of those was a tool being built and then being used. The building is meaningless without the using. A transparent rail that nobody enforces is just glass. A designation that nobody acts on is just a piece of paper. A sentence that nobody carries out is just words. The military justice system built the tool: court-martial, conviction, sentence, appellate review, presidential approval requirement, every safeguard a free society demands before the state takes a life. The process is the tool. The process was built to produce a finding and then act on it. For 65 years, the process produced the finding and stopped. The tool was built and never used. Operation Resolute Justice is the institution preparing to complete what it started. 20 years of exercises, a plan issued in February, coordination with the Federal Bureau of Prisons, transfer procedures, witness protocols. The Army didn't build this plan last week. It's been preparing for 2 decades quietly, procedurally, without announcement, so that when the presidential approval comes, the institution is ready to follow through. Tools before the wave. Another one built ahead of schedule. I'm the guy on the couch, and you have been debriefed. Yeah, I'm not on the couch, though. I'm sitting in a chair. I'm sitting in a chair. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay. They were dropping off my mail. All right. And then we got South Korea backs Trump. South Korea supports President Trump's efforts to resume dialogue with North Korea, but aims to ensure its security posture is not weakened and that Seoul is not sidelined. Well, this is the thing. Seoul has been sucking on the teat of the United States and the American taxpayer for years. It's over. It's over. We're done. We're not doing it anymore. It's looking more and more like a lot of people are exiting the matrix and the system.
They just kidnapped me. How about
No, you accepted the position once again.
So
they're doing their job. You're not doing yours.
Can you elaborate on accepting the position?
Do you have a birth certificate?
Yes.
So you belong to them.
Okay.
Any other questions? You're a slave to the government.
Okay.
Got an ID with their
And so they can do whatever they want to you, even take your children.
Yeah, I
Because
know.
they have a birth certificate. So this is what I'm telling you. You accept the position. Hey, here's my certificate. I'm a slow prop. You own me now. Oh, here's my ID. You own me now.
Okay.
When I show my private IDs and things, they're not going to take me out the car. They're not going to do none of that. As soon as I show the state ID, I'm going to jail.
Makes sense.
Passport works too, to a certain extent.
The
I
passport
don't
card
use
or
it.
Right to
look?
travel.
I like to use private shit,
Both.
you know.
Okay.
But the private
yeah.
way is the way, though.
And
But
I just want you to know Palau ID.
Yeah.
Like everybody Google Palau digital residence.
shout out to
If you're in
Web3.
the school,
Okay.
the Palau ID is going to make you foreign. This is going to make you a foreign national. Y'all look up police handbooks. Foreign nationals have better rights than a U.S. citizen. U.S. citizen means a slave of the government.
Interesting. Palau. Let's see. Where is that word? I want to look at it because I want to look it up. Palau. 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 ID. Palau Digital Residency. Let's see what it says here. The Republic of Palau kindly asks you to respect the laws of your current place of residence. I don't care about those. Okay. See, it looks to me like somebody's selling this. Apply now for $288 to become a foreigner in your own country. I don't know. Something seems fishy about that. Absolutely fishy. Ha ha ha. New York Democrats are for the ghetto. Here we go.
Who strikes out more? The Astros or the Democrats?
Democrats are for the ghetto.
The Democrats are the worst people to ever exist on earth.
Astros, because I'm for the Democrats.
What is the best thing the Democrat Party has done for you?
Obama phones.
Can I see your Obama phone?
Okay. All right. It's my Obama phone. Thank you, Obama. Love you, baby. Let me holler at you.
The Trump presidency. A home run, a double, what?
It's a grand slam.
Home run, all the way. The man loves the country.
He's doing a great job with the border. Trump is my hero. I love him till the day I die.
Strikeout. I'm a Democrat.
Sorry to hear that.
Wow. You're asking me a lot of questions I didn't sign up for.
Oh, that was going to be a doozy.
If you were in charge, how would you strike out Iran?
I don't know. I wouldn't. I can't. I gotta go. I really have to go.
Blow them the up. Blow them out. One shot.
Me personally, I think we're not doing too bad of a job, honestly.
I would try to, colonize Iran.
So you're a colonizer?
I'm a colonizer.
But she's a Democrat. Okay. I'm just saying. I would colonize Iran. Okay. Why don't you get a whole bunch of people together and y'all just go ahead, get on a flight and take your happy asses on over there. I'm just saying. You're the one who said to colonize it. It's your idea. You got to be the first one off the boat and stepping foot on land. I want you to get down on your knees and kiss the ground when you land there and say, I'm home, baby. That's what I want you to do. Okay, and understand that when you do this, we're going to ask you for your American passport because you are now Iranian, okay, and you need to go through their legal process in order to get all your stuff. Okay, I'm just saying, okay, if the only good thing that Obama did was get you a phone, girl, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that y'all voted for him. I did not vote for Obama. I did not. Somebody in the Senate finally asked who authorized 120,000 cameras tracking American drivers. The letter to Flock Safety CEO, Congress never authorized the network your industry has built. Howley is demanding documents on data access, camera placement, contracts with local governments, investors, and every known case of misuse since 2021. He can push for a subpoena if the company stalls. Finally, this network went up while nobody was looking, and the only rules governing it were written by the company selling it. A Florida woman sat in jail for 13 days off of a plate misread. Missouri police have already been caught misusing the system. Flock says the cameras helped find 10,000 missing people. Fine. Then open the books and prove the rest of it. Find it. Prove it. Prove it. All right. This lady down in Oklahoma, she got some things to say. We're going to let her.
Hey y'all, happy Tuesday. Guess what I got in the mail? It's our PSO bill. I haven't opened it yet. I don't know what we owe, but I'm scared. Y'all want to see me crash out on this app? Because I'm probably about to. I think this is going to be bad. Let's look at it together. Yep, it's bad. $912. $912. Freaking PSO, you pieces of shit. How do you guys expect people to pay this? It's freaking ridiculous. Oh my gosh, I've never had a bill that high. Ever. Ever.
Remember when I showed you guys a $12,000 electric bill? That's why we're running on fumes right now. Okay. Because we went from $4,000 a month to $12,000 a month, and I had to shut my farm down because of it. Not kidding. Not kidding. Those of you, if you were here when I showed that, raise your hand. Flip me off. Give me a 5-5. Give me something. And I'm going to have a safety meeting while I wait for your response kindly. Thank you. See, you all got to have a safety meeting while I was out checking on the dog. I didn't get to have a safety meeting. So I'm having my safety meeting now. Yeah. But yeah, see, there's a bunch of people here. Okay. I showed that bill, and that's why I had the power turned off. There was no way I was going to cover $12,000. And the thing was the month before usage, okay, and the month that they billed me for, I used almost identical numbers in wattage and so on and so forth. Didn't increase my actually I decreased my time because everything got sent into flowering at that time because we were getting ready to get cold. And I didn't want to risk having some major issues with mold and everything else. So everything was flipped over into flour. Okay. And that was it. Just saying, that there is something to this, and she's right. Okay. These electric companies, they're using the excuse, oh, it's a data center. No, it's not. It's got absolutely nothing to do with that. You're not using any more than that. The electric companies are price gouging, okay, and they're committing crimes by stealing what you need to put into your household to put into their pockets. Okay. Maybe you shouldn't have that many people working in your offices. Okay, that you have to pay. The only people that, as far as I'm concerned, the only people that matter are the people who are out there running those lines and doing the work out there. Okay, and the guys who flip the switches on and off on, on wherever the power is whatever the power is generated from. You know, I'm just saying. All right, here we go.
What the hell?
Electric bills in America are obviously out of control. For those who don't know what PSO is, PSO stands for Public Service Company of Oklahoma. It is an energy company, so they're going to get their power bills. The interesting thing is that they have received multiple rate increases in recent years, and this is resulting in those massive bills that residents are seeing. But the worst part about this isn't the current bills, well, that's pretty bad. But the worst part is that they're seeking another rate increase. It looks like they want to raise bills an additional 15%, which of course would be devastating on residents who already have astronomical bills. And it's really funny because if you search on Google for Public Service Company of Oklahoma, take a look at the top article. PSO CEO addresses rate hike concerns in customer blah, blah, blah. So obviously customers are already worried about this potentially 15% increase. It just never ends. Have you guys seen that video in the meme where they're like, we swapped out all of our light bulbs for energy efficient light bulbs. We swapped out all of our appliances for energy efficient appliances. You know, we did all these changes and nothing ever went down. It's only continued to go up. It's all a scam. No matter what we do, they just charge you more and more every single year, and it just never goes down.
Yep. It really is that simple. Yeah. Scott Bissett.
President Trump's direction, Treasury is expanding its efforts to identify organizations that abuse charitable and nonprofit structures as vehicles for illicit finance. We are examining where tax-exempt status has been exploited, where charitable entities have become financial conduits for foreign influence activity, and how those entrusted with stewardship of these organizations have instead enabled violence. Where the evidence leads, we will not hesitate to follow. And of course, we will hold these organizations, officers, directors accountable. And just as financial institutions must know their clients, they must know their grantees. That work is well underway. In the fall, President Trump's direction, Treasury.
You know, and let's see how many. Oh, wow, there's a lot for today. Huh? Oh, let's go ahead and move it on over. Okay, so let's go here. 1976. There's 38 of these. So today, Barack Obama testimony. This says here that Jonathan Turley Sessions using Utah federal prosecutor much better Trump's second special counsel. And then we've got Donald Trump posted, what are the odds that the FBI and DOJ are right on top of it? Yeah, it seems kind of funny. Fishy, wonky, wonky, you know, because wonky, 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 you know, is just things that happen, right? Yep. Yeah. So what can you do? What can you do? What can you do? All right. If the fake Steele dossier constituted the bulk of the facts submitted to the FISC to obtain a FISA warrant against POTUS, dossier dismissed as fake and baseless. If Mueller was appointed as special counsel based on the dossier, and the dossier was proved to be fake disinformation, and the dossier was proven to be the bulk of the information submitted to the federal, it was Superior Court, what is FISC? Real quick. Foreign Intelligence Service. I'm sorry. Foreign Intelligence Service. Yeah, ordered to obtain the warrants. That means that FISA signers premeditated neglect to disclose the facts, lied to, and then how is Mueller still special counsel? Obama never called to testify regarding Mueller. Mueller investigated Russia collusion. Why would Mueller not contact Barack Obama? Barack Obama was the back channel between the FBI, DOJ, and Steele. Why wouldn't Mueller seek testimony? Mueller said impeach POTUS operation. If impeachment is the goal via retake House midterms, does it still not require a 2/3 vote in the Senate? What will the 20 in kill brackets FISA fourth warrant disclose? Trust plan. Huber has everything. I'm telling you, there's going to be something to all of this. There really is. 1973. Are you watching Hannity? Did you hear what the Texas congressman just stated? Huber, in regards to Orr, Bruce Orr. What is it? Bruce and Nellie Orr, I think, were the Orrs. So there's going to be something there. Bruce Orr, FBI, knew about bias before getting a FISA on Carter Page. Bigger than Watergate, biggest scandal in U.S. history. Crickets, fake news and kill brackets. Desperate to shelter, define shelter, a place giving temporary protection from bad weather or danger. Yeah. All right. 1971 says treason. Thanks for selling all of our secrets to the highest bidder, Hillary. She should be locked up. You didn't think military planes were falling out of the skies all within a short period of time just by chance, did you? Outside of the standard deviation? Yeah. All right. Then Anonymous says, hey, Q, does P equal Paseur? When do we start seeing the pain? Where we go one, we go all mega. And there was not a response there. All right. Yeah. All right. So 1969, his boss sure was lonely before you came along. Thank you guys for taking these risks and concocting the plan. We are all in this together, and we are all right here for this purpose. Love you guys. No one person is above another. Why does the fake news media put time, energy, effort into attacking a so-called conspiracy? Those who are attacked the most are the biggest threat. Logic wins every single time. Yeah. 1968. That was a very good year. Q, so what's up with Assange? Do you remember that our enemies are also monitoring this board? See above, reflect, use logic. All right, 1968 or 67. That's great, but where's the arrests? Read, comprehend, use logic, Q. So, and will be glorious in my humble opinion, sir. It already is. In our opinion, until those responsible are dead and or suffering, it shall remain, will be. Yeah. All right. And then we got 1965. Amen, Q. For those of us who have stayed the course for 20 plus years, we have gone alone. We have stood firm in the defense of the truth, yet many of us have very few friends and couldn't do much in the real world. The penalties for speaking up for truth have been severe for decades. I've lived life in the shadows. It wasn't worth speaking out until now. Thank you, Q. The world is now united. History books. Fake news suppression creates a false reality. This movement is bigger than you can imagine. Silent majority, no more. Yeah. 1964, Patriot. A little perspective. Patriots are dying to defend this country and our great country and the freedom she provides. Children are being kidnapped, tortured, raped, and sacrificed in the name of pure evil. Stay the course. We are fighting a deeply entrenched enemy. Think Lisa Barosmain, and I do want to look up that name, so we're going to go there real quick. All right. 2018 will be glorious. So Lisa Barsumian is the attorney wife of Deputy Attorney General Rod J. Rosenstein, who previously served as an attorney. Oh boy. Yeah. She's also a former Justice Department lawyer. Oh boy. See, as has specialized in the Freedom of Information Act requests on behalf of the intelligence community. What else? So is a former Armenian bar executive committee member. Yeah, Armenian. Yeah. So 2018 will be glorious. Yeah. 1963 is let's see. Feinstein was mortified by FBI allegation that staffer was a spy for China. Report mortified. What is the purpose of a bridge? 1962. Relevant, yes, to the HRC server sweepstakes giveaway. And this was the China CIA spies espionage thing that was going on. 1961, I am isolated with my husband and thank God our dogs to our family. We can't even mention the president's name, so we don't, but it hurts so much. We will stay strong. We try not to become bitter or angry. We are prepared to help and to answer when the time comes. I know they need us then more than ever, especially my oldest because she studied so hard to get her job in your country in CV. I know for sure that she is not a liberal brainwashed person. My other baby is an autist, and she asked me questions over the news coverage and why they all tell the same. Please, Q, I must say this to you. You, the team, and POTUS are so very loved by us. God bless you from the Netherlands. And then you are not alone, Patriot. You are part of history. Never in our history has this been attempted. God bless you and your family. Stay strong, stay the course. Where we go on, we go on. And then 1960 is, post from Richard. Pro tip, look at CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike managed the infiltration program based on payments to the Clinton Foundation. And then Clinton Foundation, McAuliffe, donor caught up in Chinese cash for votes scandal. The more you know. 1959, clowns revealed in China. And this is a repeat of 809, 210, 187 and kill brackets, hold intel, HRC open source server, missing emails, CrowdStrike, granted access, betrayed. Only the tip. This will be made public soon. Trending mainstream media. Chinese hacked the HRC server. False. Access was granted. You have more than you know. So basically, Hillary sold us out. Yeah. So there is a reason why we continue to highlight this speech. Listen carefully. Truth and Honesty, Part 2, Rally, Red October. Mouthpieces do not think or speak for themselves.
Our movement is about replacing a failed and corrupt political establishment with a new government controlled by you, the American people. The Washington establishment and the financial and media corporations that fund it exists for only one reason: to protect and enrich itself. The establishment has trillions of dollars at stake in this election. For those who control the levers of power in Washington and for the global special interest, they partner with these people that don't have your good in mind. Our campaign represents a true existential threat like they haven't seen before. This is not simply another four-year election. This is a crossroads in the history of our civilization that will determine whether or not we, the people, reclaim control over our government. The political establishment that is trying to stop us is the same group responsible for our disastrous trade deals massive illegal immigration, and economic and foreign policies that have bled our country dry. The political establishment has brought about the destruction of our factories and our jobs as they flee to Mexico, China, and other countries all around the world. It's a global power structure that is responsible for the economic decisions that have robbed our working class, stripped our country of its wealth, and put that money into the pockets of a handful of large corporations and political entities. This is a struggle for the survival of our nation. And this will be our last chance to save it. This election will determine whether we're a free nation or whether we have only the illusion of democracy, but are in fact controlled by a small handful of global special interests rigging the system, and our system is rigged. This is reality. You know it, they know it, I know it, and pretty much the whole world knows it. The Clinton machine is at the center of this power structure. We've seen this firsthand in the WikiLeaks documents, in which Hillary Clinton meets in secret with international banks to plot the destruction of U.S. sovereignty in order to enrich these global financial powers, her special interest friends, and her donors. Honestly, she should be locked up. The most powerful weapon deployed by the Clintons is the corporate media, the press. Let's be clear on one thing. The corporate media in our country is no longer involved in journalism. They're a political special interest, no different than any lobbyist or other financial entity with a total political agenda. And the agenda is not for you, it's for themselves. Anyone who challenges their control is deemed a sexist, a racist, a xenophobe. They will lie, and then again, they will do worse than that. They will do whatever's necessary. The Clintons are criminals, remember that. This is well documented. And the establishment that protects them has engaged in a massive cover-up of widespread criminal activity at the State Department and the Clinton Foundation in order to keep the Clintons in power. They knew they would throw every lie they could at me and my family and my loved ones. They knew they would stop at nothing to try to stop me. Nevertheless, I take all of these slings and arrows gladly for you. I take them for our movement so that we can have our country back. I knew this day would arrive. It's only a question of when. And I knew the American people would rise above it and vote for the future they deserve. The only thing that can stop this corrupt machine is you. The only force strong enough to save our country is us. The only people brave enough to vote out this corrupt establishment is you, the American people. Our great civilization has come upon a moment of reckoning. I didn't need to do this, folks, believe me. I built a great company, and I had a wonderful life. I could have enjoyed the fruits and benefits of years of successful business deals and businesses for myself and my family, instead of going through this absolute horror show of lies, deceptions, malicious attacks. Who would have thought? I'm doing it because this country has given me so much, and I feel so strongly that it's my turn to give back to the country that I love. I'm doing this for the people and for the movement, and we will take back this country for you, and we will make America great again.
Yep. He said that. He said that. Yep. He said it. He said it. But you know what? Somebody else had something to say, too.
Good morning. I'm here to give you an update on the FBI's investigation of Secretary Clinton. What I want to do is tell you what we're recommending. But first, let me tell you what we found. 110 emails 52 email chains have been determined to contain classified information.
What difference at this point does it make?
8 of those chains are top secret, 36 of those chains secret, and 8 contain confidential information.
What difference at this point does it make?
Everything I did was permitted. There was no law, no regulation.
Secretary Clinton should have known that an unclassified system was no place for that conversation.
I did not email any classified material to anyone on my email.
None of these emails should have been on any kind of classified system, not even Gmail.
But first of all, nothing was marked classified.
To the contrary,
Nothing was marked classified.
there is evidence that
Nothing was classified.
Now let me tell you what we found.
Oh my God.
110 emails.
It was not the best choice.
52 email chains
It was a mistake.
have been determined to contain classified information.
What difference at this point does it make?
8 of those chains are top secret.
Was the best choice.
36 of those chains
Said
secret.
it was a mistake.
8 contain confidential information.
What difference at this point does it make?
With respect to our recommendation, this is going to be an unusual statement in at least a couple of ways. Although there is evidence, our judgment is that no reasonable prosecutor would bring such a case. I know there will be intense public debate. I know there will be intense public debate. I know there will be intense public debate. What difference at this point does it make? 110 emails.
It wasn't the best choice.
52 email chains.
I made a mistake.
Have been determined to contain classified information.
What difference at this point does it make?
8 of those chains are top secret. 36 of those chains
I said it was a mistake.
and 8 contain confidential information.
What difference at this point does it make?
Yeah. What difference at this point does it make? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. All right. There's a reason why we continue to highlight this speech. Listen carefully. Truth and Honesty, Part 2, Rally, Red October. Mouthpieces do not think or speak for themselves. 1957. It's always been out in the open. You just have to look. You must stay together. Together you are strong. Symbolism equals end. Buy a history book published 20 years ago. Buy a history book published 10 years ago. Buy a history book published this year. Compare. Focus on World War I, World War II. Something alarming will be discovered. Yeah. All right. Then Dimitrios Pagortzis was a Columbiner. He had the same button that Dylan Klebold wore on his shoe during the Columbine massacre. Lots of Columbiners wear this button. I don't remember this button. Oh, I do remember this button. Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah, I do remember that. All right, Santa Fe high school killer wore Antifa and Columbine hammer and sickle pin. Updated. Jim Huff, May 18th of 2018. That would be the Gateway pundit. Dimitrios Pagortzis was wearing a jacket with the Antifa terrorism hammer and sickle emblem. Yeah. It's always been out in the open. You just have to look. You must stay together. Together you are strong. Symbolism equals end. 1955. Do not force those not yet ready. Remember, there were times that we were constantly saying, I wish you could see this. I wish you could see this. We could say that to each other. We couldn't say it to other people, though. You know, the fake news narrative, make-believe, has been ingrained for a long time. Do not isolate yourself within your own family. Dark to light, truth will shine. Impossible to defend, impossible to ignore. Stay strong. You are not alone. Patriots all. And then we go on to 1954. Nazi pin with communist symbol. Well, guess who's wearing it? Guess who's wearing it? Yeah. And this is Gloria Vanderbilt with her two sons. Anderson and his older sister. You know, Kathy Griffin. Yeah. Symbolism will be their downfall. Yeah. All right. 1953, Iron Eagle. And then you got the Antifa. All right. You got their flags. And then here's your anti-fascist, or I'm sorry, this is the paramilitary wing of the Communist Party of Germany. And then this is the paramilitary wing of the Democrat Party of America. Yeah. Stay local, U.S. Global equals reflection of local. Think mirror. Know your enemy. Every battle is won before it's ever fought. Knowledge is power. Yeah. Double meanings exist. Iron Eagle. Yeah. 1951. So you got Iron Eagle, the movie, and you got Iron Eagle, the Nazi symbol. All right. Holy shit, it just hit me. In early Q drops, mentioned Godfather 3. Michael Corleone is fighting the corrupt elements of the Vatican in Godfather 3. We, the people, Q. Yeah. All right. 1950. U.S. Holy See relations. The Holy See is the universal government of the Catholic Church and operates from Vatican City State, a sovereign independent territory. Pope is the ruler of both Vatican City State and the Holy See. The Holy See, as the supreme body of the government of the Catholic Church, is a sovereign jurisdictional entity under international law. Wealth, power, sanctuary against criminal prosecution, recipe for disaster. Yeah, that's what it is. What's this one here? This doesn't exist anymore. And I'm not going to go digging for it. See what I mean about the name Hassan? Okay. Iran economy, Rouhani sanctions, Iran parliament censures Rouhani and sign pragmatists losing sway. All right, Hassan or Rouhani. All right, what we got two Hassans on fucking death row. What's up with that? Whether it's the first name or the last name. Remember, I showed you just at the beginning when we got started with this stuff. I showed you. All right, who paid Hussein to attend Harvard Law School? Who is Prince Alawid bin Talal? Why would Prince Alawid bin Talal, Saudi royal, pay Hussein to attend Harvard Law School? Was Hussein a prominent political figure or a person of influence at the time? No. Who is Valerie Jarrett? Where was she born? When did Valerie Jarrett hire Michelle Robinson? 1991. Timeline. All right. So how did Barack and Michelle Obama meet? 2017. And then they got engaged in a simple and sweet way. Yeah. Yeah. Who is mayor? Former Richard Daley. Who is mayor? Current Rahm Emanuel. Hussein should be very nervous. Brennan should be very nervous. Kerry should be very nervous. Merkel should be very nervous. Plus 29. Okay, it means 29 others. Okay, plus 29. Just those four names right there is a great start. Okay. How were the pallets of cash divided? How many planes were used to transport? Who operated the planes? What shadow agency directed operations? Why wasn't the money simply wire transferred? U.S. had the authority to open bank-to-bank transfers. How do you prevent financial T-logs? How were the cash withdrawals in the European Union categorized and labeled? Where did the cash originate from? What time of day did the withdrawals occur? Who provided security? Why wasn't Congress notified? Why was the U.S. government kept in the dark? U.S. law broken? Did all planes land at the same location? Why did one particular plane land outside of Iran? Why was a helicopter involved? Who did the money go to? How do you audit a foreign and big block transfer? Did Rouhani keep unknown comms as insurance? What agency collects all forms of data? National Security Agency, NSA, right? Yeah. What agency did Snowden work for originally? The NSA. Did he train on the farm with the CIA? When did Snowden join no such agency? Define contractor. Define PRISM program. What year did Snowden release specific details of PRISM? Mid 2013. Impact limit NSA's ability to utilize and collect. Fake news push for congressional restrictions. Open source push to create counter defense. Purpose. Blue skies for clown op. When was the joint plan of action Iran deal executed? Late 2013. Do you believe in coincidence? Nothing to see here. Yeah. All right. And then we got defend Google at all costs. Sample. Donald Trump Google conspiracy. Donald Trump Google rigged. Trump. Let's see. Google denies Trump claims. Trump accuses Google of suppressing positive news about his presidency. And these are all factual. These were all factual. We were all censored for this, remember? We're on channel 28 now. Okay. Never mind the other channels that I had even before I started Hawks Mustard Seeds. Okay. I'm just saying there's something to it. All right. So Google to be regulated, Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. These people are stupid. Censorship with no consequences. How do you set a trap? Open the door and we shall always walk through and take control. Yeah. More on the election or on the FISA and national security in regards to the Google suppression when they were trying to smear Trump. Define treason. Fact. The offense of attempting to overt acts to overthrow the government of the state to which the offender owes allegiance, or to kill or personally injure the sovereign or the sovereign's family. The betrayal of a trust, treachery, define treason. Yeah. Yep. So define projection. What is the penalty for treason? Death. Period. And then this is also more stuff on the Trump FISA warrants. And then watch Iran. Something incredible is about to happen. Hassan Rouhani, the good people of Iran have the power. Fight for your freedom. Now, this is in 2018 that he was telling them to fight for their freedom. But then what happens? What happens? Biden gets into office and everything's right back where it was. Yeah. FBI agent says Bureau leaked stories, then use them to get FISA warrants. Yeah. And then we've got, was Nazism ever truly destroyed? Was it merely a subdivision within the larger organization, one finger attached to a hand? Did Antifa organically form? Flag design coincidence? Socialist push in U.S. worldwide coincidence? Global power struggle. There is a price we will not pay. There is a point beyond which they must not advance. And then we got this is Barack, UK, Australia, UK, Barack Obama. Barack Obama, Alexander Downer, Five Eye, Exec 1. Fake news blast, narrative shift, NEC. And this is Tony Blair, Fire and Fury. Michael Wolff claims he warned Trump of UK spying. Barack Obama unlocks UK foreign intel. Five Eye. UK foreign intel unlocks request or requisite. It could be one or the other. And then think highest levels. Focus 2, this is the case where Helper, who is now proven to be a spy, Jan Helper, who was on the British show telling everybody, you know, this is the case with Helper, who is now proven to be a spy, possibly with Australian Ambassador Anthony Downer, who her husband met with in London. Barack Obama closed door necessary. Red-handed comms revealed to encourage truthful testimony. 19 calls today. DC, UK, Australia, panic. Who are the firewalls? What will the fake news push tomorrow? Hoo-ah. And then we've got more on the same. And I believe that's it. Yep, 38 posts. We just ran through them all. There you go. Hope you're happy. Are you happy? You better be happy. I got to start my dinner here pretty soon because I'll. Group of House Republicans just asked AG Todd Blanche to intervene in court against the Stop Nick Shirley Act signed by Governor Gavin Newsom in California. Time to strike this down. It levies fines for exposing fraudsters. The law protects taxpayer-backed organizations that engage in fraud and facilitate violations of law, including illegal immigration. This law would also have the pernicious effect of deterring investigative journalists from exposing fraud in California by subjecting them to liability. We encourage you to review California's AB 2624 and undertake legal action in federal court to block implementation of this law on First Amendment grounds. The Republican Study Committee stands with you, President Trump and Vice President Vance, to identify fraud and return money to the American people. I support this 100%. Take Newsom to court. Yeah. So, breaking ICE agents have now deployed to Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport. Yep.
And new tonight, there's word that ICE is planning immigration enforcement at MSP Airport. That's according to an airport employee who told us agents will spend the next 3 weeks there. Fox 9's Mike Manzoni is live at MSP tonight. And Mike, the airport, however, not confirming this to us.
No, but Randy, it does say that federal regulations do give ICE agents and other federal agents broad access to the property here. The airport worker who told us about the plans says that agents plan to check and verify documents for both travelers as well as customers and employees, that kind of thing, and that they also plan on being in the jet bridges. Federal law requires green card holders to carry their card at all times. If you are a U.S. citizen, you do not have to hand over any documentation. But if you want to, any state driver's license or ID is proof of legal status. Enhanced IDs and passports are proof of U.S. citizenship. We spoke with an immigration attorney who says whether you want to show your documents is ultimately up to you.
It may be easier to present your documentation showing that you have lawful status in the United States or showing that you're a citizen to avoid being placed in detention erroneously if you do have lawful status in the country.
And we reached out to ICE for comment, but have not heard back. We're live at MSP tonight. Mike Manzoni, Fox 9.
And new tonight.
Yeah. It was probably from an employee who leaked it. It's probably somebody who was told, don't tell anybody that these guys are coming in. You know, this is let's look at this objectively, okay? I haven't made those nachos in years. I think it's been like 2 years, 3 years since I've made them, Catherine. That was one of my favorite. But okay, so Scott Bissett said that every illegal that goes home you know, that's deported. Okay, let's say that there are 10,000 apartments in your town. Okay, and you have a demand from all these foreigners for these units. You're gonna jack your rent up a couple $100 or maybe even $1,000, right? Yeah, where the current residents aren't going to want to pay that. They're going to get the hell out of there, and you're going to make that extra $1,000 a month. Okay. Well, the fact of the matter is when you start deporting all the illegals and revoking visas and denaturalizing criminals, all of a sudden your rents go down. Your rents go down. Why? Because now those people got to get the Americans back into those apartments, and the only way you're going to do that is by dropping the price, because they sure as hell are not going to pay your outrageous, ridiculous prices. I saw one apartment in New York that was a studio, one big room with a toilet with a short wall, no different than a prison cell. Okay, no different than a prison cell. The toilet, the way the toilet was set up, and the shower was openly exposed in the room. Okay, no separate bathroom. Okay, it's just all one big room. Okay, $5,800 a month. Okay, and the guy who owns the building requires you to pay your first 6 months in advance. If you're not willing to do that, he's got absolutely no reason to rent to you. You know, you know, oh yeah, but that was just tea. I didn't do my nachos. Okay, I did the welfare nachos is what I made then. Yeah, it's I used to make my own chips. So I have not done that. I used to use white corn, and I used to make my own tortillas. I had a lot of fun doing that back then. Yeah. All right. Libs TikTok exclusive. The driver who struck the young boy near Pittsburgh, then fled the scene, is your jealous A. Montos Bravo, an illegal alien from Venezuela. DHS confirmed she reportedly communicated with police with a translation app because she doesn't speak English. She had a valid driver's license from Illinois. The boy is currently in the hospital with serious injuries to his head and arm. She now has an ICE detainer every single day. Yep. Oregon County Clerk registered 397 inactive voters in a single day. Investigators say 40 are dead, and one voted 14 years after dying. Yeah, not kidding. Absolutely not kidding. Let me get down to the video here. Here we go.
We have proof that someone is stealing identities and voting for people. The reason why I'm asking you is because it all comes back to being registered by you. And so I'm really wondering, like, why is this happening? How were 397 people registered on one day? You know, there's a lot of stuff that just isn't, there's just a lot of stuff that isn't adding up on here. You know, I have shown you this dead person. So now that I've shown you this, what are your plans on fixing this? Because I mean, we just started digging and we already found one person.
Be able to look and find whether I can find documentation to prove that that person is deceased.
Well, I have documentation right here. So this is all documents from the Secretary of the State. The date of death was in 2008. And I have this right here of the information. See, she was deceased in 2008. She died, so it's been 16 years. And then on this page right here, you could see that her votes were not cast. And then all of a sudden in 2022, it was. But this is after you registered all these people, you know?
We're talking about one person, not all
yeah.
these people.
Yeah, but I mean, we just started digging, so are we going to find that? I mean, we've already found over 100 registered voters that have been registered that are deceased. You know,
So-
we found their grave sites.
Have you reported that to me before?
No, but we have had people come to you about this before.
So all the ones that people have brought to me, I've investigated.
Mhm.
No, not investigated. I've checked because the county and the cities are not are not authorized to investigate complaints. Only the Secretary of State's office is where complaints can be filed. But you're welcome to present evidence to me, and I will look into a person's voter registration and make sure that they're still eligible.
But you know, we have had people come talk to you about multiple things before, which you know.
Now you say we with your organization?
No, I just have a group of friends that care about our community and we want things to be right. I truly hope you, as the county clerk, fixes this because this is a huge deal. I mean, you've shown me proof of one deceased person that has voted.
It's still in your hand, though. You haven't given it to me.
Yes, yeah. I'm going to give it to you. Well, thank you. Thank you for the interview and I really appreciate it. And I hope that I see changes around here.
Yeah. Give them a copy of it. Don't give them your originals. You know, because you think about it. When you go to the county, what happens? They turn around and they tell you that you need to pay us this, and this in order to get this. There was one that there was like 700 pages to the document, to the deposition, and they wanted to charge the guy well over $1 million in order to put it together for him. You know, Freedom of Information Act means freedom of information. And paying $1 million for it isn't fucking freedom. That's theft. It's theft. Flat out. All right. And then the Obama judge Talwani blocks Trump mail-in ballot rule again, hours after Supreme Court cleared the path. In Dari, Talwani issued a 14-day order stopping the Postal Service from enforcing the ballot mail rule for elections on or above November 3rd. A hearing is set for September 3rd. Yeah. Matt Gaetz says Posobiec wins X today. And what he said was, so hormones are so dangerous, they can make you crazy enough to kill your kids, but totally fine to give to anyone who wants to transition, including kids. Yeah. Blaming a crime on postpartum psychosis is like a man blaming his testosterone for rape. Hormones aren't an excuse for horrific acts. Yeah. So, yeah. So, these poor people had zero warning. They didn't stand a chance. This one came and was moving from different angles. Pray for Nepal because they've recorded, as I read some of the info to you earlier, they said around 2,700 people have been recovered, but there are hundreds, if not thousands more still missing.
हाम्रो कम्पनी मान्छे भेटेको कम्पनीले भेट्यो नि अब केही छैन मान्छे गयो मान्छे गयो मान्छे गयो मान्छे गयो मान्छे गयो पुरै गयो लाइभ यो चाहिँ है गाइस यस्तो लाइभ छ ओहो पूरा डैम फुटेर आयो ल ट्युसनी बजारै गयो यार ल गयो यार
There's the bridge.
यता आऊ यता आमा यार बजारै गयो यार
This was fled the 7-story immigration headquarters on the Chinese border. I said this one here is.
Oh my god. Oh boy. Lama.
Guys are not moving fast enough.
Guys, oh my god, Mario.
Industrial dams along the valley simply suffered under the weight of billions of gallons.
सामान उठाउन भ्याउँदैन मान्छे भाग गर्नु
It shows how fast it happened. Yeah. Devastation. Yeah. That's all you can do is get to the highest point that you possibly can. And you better make sure that it's landmass, because if you go up in a tree, there's a damn good chance that that tree's going down too. We saw that in Tennessee, how many trees were, in the flood zone that were completely wiped out, ground washed out, boulders washed out, yeah. Mila Joy says, truth, Obama changed the name of Mount McKinley to Denali and Lake Calhoun to BDE Makaska. And then Vito's Auto Pen changed the names of 7 military bases and 600 plus federal geological areas. Liberals, tears, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, it's coming because, we've not only have we confiscated Lake Ontario and renamed it to Lake America, but we also took the Canadian geese that generally go to the Lake Ontario during the summer and the spring, and now they're Donald's ducks. Yeah, I showed you that earlier. Donald's ducks. Yep, they're no longer Canadian geese. They're now Donald's ducks. Yep. If you missed it, it's back at the beginning. It was one of the first 4 or 5 videos that I played. Yep. All right. Alpha State says, Kim Clement, God says, here we go.
Since beginning in September, I will turn everything around, and my people shall see an intervention of a kind that they have never seen before, says the Lord. Since beginning in September, I will turn everything around.
shall see an intervention of a kind that they have never seen before, says the...
Yep. 4686, equal justice under the law as written. Transparency, disclosure, kill brackets, both of these in kill brackets, and accountability, justice, and kill brackets is the only way forward. Future of our republic at stake, Watergate times 1,000. September 14th through 18th, and then 21 through 25. Track and follow events. Did Kevin set his alarm? Now, I'm going to say this. We're getting ready to come up on September. Everybody's talking about how there's going to be a September 11th event. I believe that something is going to happen on September 11th. I don't know what it's going to be. I don't believe that it's going to be a nefarious thing. I think it's going to be something to shine light on things. Okay. But it's the other dates that I'm more curious about. And that's the 14th through the 18th and the 21st through the 25th. So we need to make sure that we remember to track and follow the events that go on. So, and then Red October, hunters become the hunted. And then we got October 21st, 2005, Frederick, MD, Frederick, Maryland. God said this is a time, and especially at the end of October on the one day that they call Halloween, shall be very strange occurrence that shall take place in this nation. And the people shall be afraid, and then suddenly the mourning shall be turned into dancing. Fear and trembling shall be turned into shouts of praise and admonition. The Lord has brought this to pass. No one can stop it. Beginning in the month of November, as I have predicted for a long, long time, God says, I shall bring forth a resurrection from the dead. I'm talking about resurrecting the things that have been null and void, dead and gone, that they have said will never happen again. I laugh at you, says the Spirit of the Lord, for it shall come to pass that I will raise up things, and when resurrection comes, there shall be a double anointing, double vision, double miracles, double healings, double, says the Lord. A double trouble against the powers of hell. This hour it shall come to pass in the next 2 months that there will be more purging. But listen to me. At the end of October, America shall come to rest. I shall bring you to a Halloween, and they shall say, we will celebrate our Halloween again. God said, you will celebrate nothing of the sort, because before it, I will bring myself to this nation, and you will go into November, and I will bring victory upon victory, upon victory, upon victory. 4944 says, are you ready to finish what we started? Nothing can stop what is coming is not just a catchphrase. 4945. Are you ready to hold the political elite protected accountable? 4946. Are you ready to take back control of this country? Now, these were all posted back in 2020. They knew what was going on. Kim Clement prophecy about Donald Trump from 2007.
This that shall take place shall be the most unusual thing, a transfiguration, a going into the marketplace, if you wish, into the news media, where Time Magazine will have no choice but to say what I want them to say. Newsweek, what I want to say. The View, what I want to say. Trump shall become a trumpet, says the Lord. Trump shall become a trumpet. I will raise up the Trump to become a trumpet, and Bill Gates to open up the gate of the financial realm for the church, says the Lord. I will not forget 9/11. I will not forget what took place that day. And I will not forget the gatekeeper that watched over New York, who will once again stand and watch over this nation, says the Spirit of God. It shall come to pass that the man that I place in the highest office shall go in whispering my name. But God said when he enters into the office, he will be shouting out by the power of the Spirit, for I shall fill him with my Spirit when he goes into office, and there will be a praying man in the highest seat in your land. Will be a praying president, not a religious one, but I will fool the people, says the Lord. I will fool the people. Yes, I will. God says the one that is chosen shall go in, and they shall say he has hot blood. For the Spirit of God says, yes, he may have hot blood, but he will bring the walls of protection on this country in a greater way, and the economy of this country shall change rapidly, says the Lord of hosts. Listen to the word of the Lord. God says, I will put at your helm for 2 terms a president that will pray, but he will not be a praying president when he starts. I will put him in office, and then I will baptize him with the Holy Spirit and my power, says the Lord of hosts. Come on!
Yeah, Kim Clement. And that was the last one in that particular series. Yeah. Ripcord says, God bless. Donald Trump posted, no more Mr. Nice Guy. Yep. 5-5. Look to Twitter. Exactly this. My fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. God bless. I'm telling you, there's something to all of this. There's so much more. Oyo Nyimba, a tribal monarch in Uganda who ascended his ancient throne as an infant and fascinated world leaders as a boy king, has died. He was 34. Yeah, he died. But what's funny is Norway's King Harald V has died at the age of 89 after he was taken to the hospital last week for treatment for a rare blood condition. And then we got Sherry Herman, 71, formerly of Philadelphia, pioneering internet and cable executive, former senior vice president of content and business development for E! Entertainment Television, former president of internet startup American Cybercast, founder of SLH Communications. Yeah, died dead at 71. And this is that kid as king. Yeah. So, king of traditional Turu monarchy in Uganda since 1995, who at the age of 3 became the world's youngest monarch. Initially, he ruled under the care of regents, and he assumed the full duties of kingship after turning 18. Yeah, just a little background. Yeah, so just saying. There's a whole lot there. Whole lot there. All right. Watch this space. Sun Tzu says this. Yellow cake traces back to Canada more than meets the eye. Alberta Brave. Folks, I believe the Trump administration has the evidence that uranium was used by Iran came from uranium-1. Canada is deeply involved in this uranium-1 deal. A uranium sample can absolutely be traced back to its origin through a specific discipline known as nuclear forensics. Iran, a British Empire proxy, was developing a nuclear weapon. Canada, involved in the delivery of that uranium, is an act of war. Canada is also involved in election interference in the U.S. elections. That's another act of war. Don't forget, folks, the Dominion of Canada is also a proxy of the British government, the British Empire. Carney is meeting his WEF friends. I believe he is seeking help from his billionaire buddies. He knows the Trump administration has all the goodies. What are rats doing when you corner them? New Cuba crisis is around the corner. Semper Supra. Yeah. So it's Canada isn't an actual country. It's more of a colony of the City of London. Most Canadians don't know how absolutely fucked they are going to be under globalist Carney. They are now getting their tax assessments based on market value valuation, when historically the valuation only moved to market if the property was actually sold. Also, Carney set up this new bank. Can't recall the name of it, but he moved the government pensioner funds and the school teacher pensions into it. And he bets on how long before the bank craps out and all those Canadians lose their retirement funds. NATO Bank. Yep. So, yeah, it's just a whole lot there. Just a whole lot there. And then our great president.
It feels like a more important term, meaning this particular term. And I think I'm helped by the fact that the people that preceded me, the group, because it wasn't only Biden. Biden, wasn't the sharpest tack. But he had a lot of sharp tacks there, but there were radical left lunatics that weaponized government. And I think when people see, when you follow somebody that's, when you follow Babe Ruth or you follow somebody, Michael Jordan, you follow it's maybe harder. But I wasn't following the Babe. I was following Joe Biden. And so maybe people allow me to be strong to help save our nation. It feels like a more.
Yep. So, yeah, just saying. So, let's see. SCOTUS lifted her block on Trump's mail-in ballot security rules Monday. Today, she vacated the rest of her injunction and then told Democrat groups they now have a final rule to sue over, and that they have substantial arguments that might get the Supreme Court to flip. They already branded the president's order. Yeah. And then there's this.
Alleged, both defendants have admitted that they acted on Saturday because of ISIS. As Qayyumi was being placed into an NYPD vehicle following his arrest, a person in the crowd asked why he had done this. As shown on NYPD body-worn camera footage referenced in the complaint, Qayyumi responded with ISIS. And at the precinct, after being advised of his Miranda rights and waiving those rights, Qayyumi said in recorded post-arrest statements that he had watched ISIS propaganda on his phone and that his actions that day were partly inspired by ISIS. The complaint also details statements made by Amir Balat after his arrest. En route to the NYPD precinct, Balat made spontaneous statements without being questioned by NYPD officers that were captured on body-worn camera footage. He said, "This isn't a religion that just stands when people talk about the blessed name of the prophet. We take action, as well as, if I didn't do it, someone else will come and do it." And later, after waiving his rights, he requested paper and wrote a message declaring in part, "I pledge my allegiance to the Islamic State. Die in your rage, you kuffar." Now, "die in your rage" is a commonly known ISIS slogan, and kuffar is an Arabic term that refers to non-believers. He also told investigators that he had hoped to carry out an attack even bigger than the Boston Marathon bombing, which he noted resulted in only 3 deaths. These statements, as set forth in the complaint, make clear that this was not random violence. This was a planned attack motivated by extremist ideology and inspired by a violent foreign terrorist organization. The complaint alleges not only why the defendants acted, but how. Preliminary testing has determined that one of the devices contained triacetone triperoxide, or TATP, also commonly referred to as Mother of Satan, a highly volatile explosive that has been used in multiple terrorist attacks over the last decade. As we have previously discussed, the NYPD identified a vehicle yesterday on East End Avenue that was linked to the defendants. Inside that vehicle, investigators recovered handwritten notes referencing TATP explosive and listing chemical ingredients for the type of explosive device used by the defendants on Saturday. Make no mistake, what happened this weekend was incredibly dangerous, and the ongoing investigation will be exhaustive. From the first moments of that investigation, the NYPD has been working seamlessly with our federal partners, many of whom have joined us here. In particular, the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force, which includes
no. Oh, hang on. Not yet. All right. Let's keep moving along. I'm not going to play the video because of the fact that they're speaking another language that nobody would understand anyway. It's terrifying. During a TikTok live battle, an Algerian Muslim influencer asked a girl why she's wearing a cross. She says she's a Lebanese Christian. He then engaged and says he'd spit on her and threatens to rape her and kill her, declaring that Christians deserve nothing but to be tortured in this world and the afterlife. He has 500,000 followers and has illegally arrived in France via Spain just a few days ago. This is Islam. This is how much they hate Christians. Imagine when they become the majority. Yeah. Yeah. DSA DC counselor and candidate for DC Mayor Janice Lewis George says the reason DC is not a state is because of racism. What?
This isn't an oversight, my people. This is disenfranchisement. And a city built by generations of Black Washingtonians like my family, we have to call the issue of DC statehood what it is. DC statehood is a racial justice issue. It is a voting rights issue. It is a civil rights issue. Fannie Lou Hamer taught us nobody is free until everybody is free. Well, America, DC isn't free. This isn't an oversight, my people. This.
You know what? I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't want Washington, D.C. to be part of the United States. I want it blown the fuck up. That's what I want. I want it floating out in the middle of the ocean somewhere because that's all that's left of it. Okay? The corruption that has gone on there, the theft that has gone on there, the killing that has been perpetrated by that place, I have absolutely, I don't even have the world's smallest violin to play for you. I really don't. I don't. But if I did, that song would probably sound a lot like Nessun Dorma. Yeah. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. That's all. Yeah. All right. We already did the thing there. Let's go here.
Hey, look what happens when you zoom into this tiny little town. Boom. Dentist, 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 dental studio, dental connection, dental implant, dental group, Accurate Dental, Valley Dental, Smile Center, Smile Special, Dental District, Dental Fonseca, Sotelo Dental. There were over 1,000 dentists in this tiny town of just 5,500 people. There's a crazy explanation why all these dentists are here. This is Los Algodones. It's a Mexican border town that caters to American dental tourism. Every year, more than 1 million Americans cross the border into Los Algodones, where they can get more affordable dental care. Things like root canals and veneers and implants. Look at this. It is less than a 10-minute walk from this massive parking lot in California to the center of Los Algodones. It turns out all of this started with one dentist, Dr. Bernardo Magana. He set up shop just down the street from border control in 1969. And because of the proximity to the US, most of his patients were American. A decade later, Dr. Magana ran for mayor, got elected, and helped radically transform Los Algodones. Now, it goes by the nickname Molar City.
Dental tourism has been a big thing, especially in places like California for a long time. So many people head to Mexico to get cheaper dental care. And that just shows you how horribly, miserably our dental and healthcare system is failing the American people. So it's cheaper, but how much cheaper is it to go across the border and go into Molar City Prices are as much as 80% cheaper than in the United States. Here are the average prices. This is the typical US price, and this is the price in this molar city. For teeth whitening, it can be as much as $1,000 in America. It can be as cheap as $120 at this place. Cleanings, $250 versus $30. A filling can be $350 in America. This is extremely common. And in this place right here, it's only about $50 to $150. Root canals are outrageous, $1,500 in America. They can be as cheap as $180. That is wild. Over in Mexico. What about an implant and a crown? In America, about $5,000 to $6,000. You're never going to find the $3,000, at least hardly ever in major cities. It's always going to be like $5,000 to $6,000, and just $900 or so in Mexico. That is an 80% savings. So that is wild. That should not be the case. And our dental prices did not used to be this expensive. It is because everything has been taken over by the big insurance companies and private equity firms. And now we are just getting robbed. So many people have to flee across the border to get dental care and health care. And we need to stop this. This should not be happening.
And it's not so much as that we need to stop people from going to Molar City. It's that we need to stop the ripoff of every American from every American dentist is basically what we need to do. Just saying, you was out exploring on your e-bike. Yeah, he got himself an e-bike, but the thing is, he said that thing is heavy. Yeah. Yeah. It's, crazy. Yeah. Let's see. Pennsylvania Democrats erase mother and woman from the state health code, replaced with postpartum individual in radical gender ideology push. Yep. They're trying to come up with some kind of thing. So, King Arthur fan put this up. 163 missing children were found in Florida.
163 missing children have been found during a Florida-led operation that is now being called one of the largest child recovery efforts in United States history. The 163 children ranged from 2 months old to 17 years old. Officials reported 46 recoveries through the Tampa Bay region, 41 through Miami, 32 through Jacksonville, 21 through Orlando, 12 through Fort Myers, 8 through Pensacola, and 3 through Tallahassee. Although this operation was organized and led in Florida, some cases took investigators beyond the state. FDLE says that the operation also resulted in children being located or recovered in 6 additional states, Puerto Rico, and 12 other countries. Children were all missing under very different circumstances. So officials said that some were runaways, while other cases involved custody disputes, unsafe foster care situations, abandonment, neglect, abuse, or suspected human trafficking.
Yeah. So this is going to give me an opportunity to take a quick break. I need to get up and stretch my back out. And I'm just going to remind you by doing this.
Don't look away this time. Behind closed doors where no one sees, a stolen voice falls to its knees. Not always strangers in the night. Sometimes it's love that has to fight. A promise made, a twisted lie. Trust me, child, don't question why. A hand they knew, a face they trust, turned their world to fear and dust. Silent cries in the dark, invisible scars on a fragile heart. Don't look away, don't close your eyes. There's a million hidden broken lives. They're calling out but no one hears. Buried underneath their fears. Shine a light where shadows stay. Be the voice that breaks the chain. If we stand this time. Sold a dream of a better place, but darkness wore a friendly face. Manipulated, pulled in deep, trapped in promises they couldn't keep. Threats that whispered, don't you run. Fear becomes what they become. Every step a silent scream, living in a shattered dream. Power used to control their soul, taking pieces they can't restore. Don't look away, don't close your eyes. There's a million hidden broken lives. They're calling out but no one hears, buried underneath their fears. Shine a light where shadows stay. Be the voice that breaks the chain. Change the tide, don't look away this time. They are not invisible, they are not forgotten. Every chain can break, every lock can open. Stand up now, don't stay silent. Truth is louder than the violence. Be the fire in the night. Be the reason they survive. Don't look away, don't close your eyes. We can save these stolen lives. Hear them now, don't turn away. Be the light that leads the way. Break the silence and the light. Stand for truth, don't let it die. Together we can change their fate. But not if we just hesitate.
That's right. As long as we don't hesitate, it doesn't have to keep happening. Does not have to keep happening. All right. Chief Rosario Pete Vasquez, Chief of the U.S. Border Patrol, Tucson sector agents on the ground. One of my friends fell down and hurt themselves, so I'm giving directions and instructions and what to do. If you need to, just stop by and I'll give you another jar of it. I have like 6 in the fridge. That's my salve. Yeah, so we had that full moon last night, and I'm telling you, it affected everything. It affected the dogs all night long. It definitely affected people. They're in a new place, and they just started. They just got moved into a new place up the road, and they were living like 3 towns away. Now they're super close, but their animals were making some crazy noise. So they went to go down the stairs to go check on on the animals, and ended up taking a tumble down the steps. Yeah, they were just letting me know. But they think the salve is packed away. The salve is packed away in a box that you don't even know where in the hell it is right now. Don't worry about it. Just come get another jar. And this is the thing is, I wish I could send it to everybody. The most I can do for you guys, if you don't live in the state of Oregon, is give you the recipe so you can make it yourself. But it works. It really does. All right. So back to Chief Rosario Vasquez here. Tucson sector agents on the ground working alongside Borstar operators and CBP AMO in the air tracked an illegal alien east of Nogales, Arizona, attempting to smuggle drugs into the U.S. The Mexican national discarded a backpack while attempting to get away. Agents apprehended the individual and recovered the bag, discovering exactly what he ditched. It was 15 containers containing 29 pounds of meth. He now faces federal drug charges and, upon completion of criminal proceedings, deportation. Yep. Laura Logan says, yes, you are correct. Soros, a Hungarian Jew himself, admitted years ago on 60 Minutes, when it was still a show worth watching, that he had worked with the Nazis against his fellow Jews. He had described that as something he did not find difficult, and said someone else would have done it if it had not been him. Interestingly, his role was in large part exposing and identifying the assets of Jewish people, so whatever they had of value could be taken by the Nazis. Wonder where he got the money to start his first financial fund? Of course, he called it the Double Eagle Fund. Was that a nod to the Nazi Alpine unit in Albania that used the double eagle as their symbol? So, just saying, there's going to be something there. There's going to be something there. Secretary Mark Wayne Mullins says, since James Tallarico won't tell the American people the full story, here's what happened. Following Victor Martinez Nieto's arrest, ICE processed his request to voluntarily depart the United States with his son, Liam, and they were removed from the country on August 25th. ICE does not separate families. Parents are asked if they want to be removed with their children, or ICE will place the children with a safe person the parent designates. In this case, both the father and the son were deported together. Nobody is above the law. When illegal alien parents willingly choose to break our nation's laws, they are responsible for what happens to their children, just as any U.S. citizen parent who breaks the law is when they are arrested. Yeah. So that little guy is with his dad back home. All right. And then John Bolton, it says, it's Jason Cohen says, new John Bolton tells hilarious Trump story from first term.
In the first term, I was in the Oval Office one day, and I walked in to tell him something, and Trump was in the middle of dictating a tweet to Dan Scavino, who was his tweeter-in-chief. Now he's Deputy White House Chief of Staff. That's how you rise in the Trump administration. But anyway, Trump's dictating, and he turns to Scavino at one point and says, capitalize every word in that last sentence. And then he turns to me and he said, you know why I do that? I said, no, why? And he said, because it drives them crazy. And that's what Trump is doing to Canada. Lake America, forget Lake Ontario. He's trolling them, and you can't let that get to you. In the first term, I was in the Oval Office one day.
Yeah, he's just trolling you. That's all. Nothing serious. Just trolling you. It's why people getting all upset and everything. I mean, I'm like, what the heck? It just seems ridiculous to me, but just to give you guys a reminder of the facts of the matter. Okay. Give me a second. Let me find it here. I'll bring it over. Here we go. Okay. He's trolling you.
And finally, sir, in this executive order, we're also changing the name of the Canada Geese as per your request. They will now be known throughout the world as Donald Ducks, which is a more suiting name, given that they now live in Lake America and not Canada with the rest of those losers. Donald Ducks are now an American species, and they're already happily migrating to our shores as we speak. And finally,
just saying. I'm just here. Let me play it one more time, just so you can get the whole gist of it.
And finally, sir, in this executive order, we're also changing the name of the Canada Geese as per your request. They will now be known throughout the world as Donald Ducks, which is a more suiting name, given that they now live in Lake America and not Canada with the rest of those losers. Donald Ducks are now an American species, and they're already happily migrating to our shores as we speak.
Yeah. Who'd have thunk it? Yeah. Please watch this again. It's contemporary. Now ask yourself why he's smiling and jovial about telling the story. I didn't sense a smidgen of bitterness in his words or body language. In fact, there's a whiff of relief in the air, a lightness about his nature. He was facing a total of 180 years if found guilty on all 18 charges, which is why this video coming out of left field is the tell. For a man who just underwent a humiliating SWAT raid, he was allowed to plead down to guilty for only one felony Espionage Act violation. He doesn't seem all that distraught about it. My bet is that he ends up serving less than 2 years, which is a hell better setup than he was facing. So it's basically a lock that he played ball. Hell, there's a chance he's actually been playing ball longer than when the public raid went on. Sure, a magistrate warrant is what they put on paper, but that might be the sanitized public cover for a much larger FISA warrant fueled investigation in play. Anywho, just thinking out loud, timing and shit. Yeah, timing. Yeah. I'm not going to get into that one. That's like this war with these guys and other podcasters. I try to stay away from all that stuff. Biden honored Iraqi official lands on U.S. terror watch list. I showed you that one earlier. Yeah. And then, and then let's go here.
Okay, so we have a developing situation with the Somalis of Lewiston, Maine, which apparently is transpiring because somebody walked their dog near their mosque. Here's a clip explaining this from the Maine Wire, who are reporting on the situation.
Gentleman was walking his dog by the mosque. Members of the mosque took exception to the fact that he was walking his dog by the mosque. There was a altercation. The mosque emptied out. A lot of chaos at the mosque. Then a gentleman stopped his Prius in the middle of the street and pulled a knife on one of the workers at a local business here. Police responded. That person has been arrested.
So that was John with the Maine Wire reporting. Info on the screen in case you want to go see those full videos. And trust me, you want to go over to X and see those full videos, because he ended up getting threatened by more Somalis for reporting on the situation started by Somalis because somebody was walking a dog near the Somali mosque. For those who don't know, Lewiston, Maine has a large Somali population because in 2001, they became the targets of something the media later labeled targeted migration. Basically, Somalis who had been settled elsewhere, mainly in Atlanta, decided they were just going to pick a town that would provide adequate welfare benefits, right? And move as many people there as possible. They did this with Lewiston, Maine. The mayor up there finally, when they overwhelmed the system, asked them to please stop moving there. And they used that as an excuse to call in the media, claiming that they were being racist and Islamophobic, that the mayor and other people there were being racist and Islamophobic. The resulting media extravaganza basically ensured that they would get to stay in Lewiston, Maine forever. They promptly set up a bunch of refugee resettlement NGOs and other schemes, and they have been bringing in more people ever since. So that is why you have this Somali population in Lewiston, Maine. True to form, here's more video from the Maine Wire of Somalis outside the mosque after this incident, after they threatened the reporter for reporting on it in the first place.
Who's watching the Maine Wire or whoever is on there, we're tired of the racism, we're tired of the bigotry, we just tired of all the hate.
To recap, Americans who don't like the behavior of Somalis who are committing fraud, targeted migration, and threatening reporters who are reporting on situations where they're threatening people for walking dogs near Somali mosques are all racists, bigots, and Islamophobes. But the Somalis engaging in all those behaviors are just innocent victims. The deal. If you're a member of a group that's engaging in all of those things, but you also on top of the rest believe that dogs are unclean, and you believe this as part of your religion, as preached by the founder of your religion, as preached by the false prophet Muhammad, you believe these things, and you also believe Americans should be policed as to where we walk our dogs, then maybe, just maybe, you shouldn't be here. Seriously, a police situation because they didn't like that a dog was being walked past their mosque by an American here on American soil? Get the fuck out.
For those unfamiliar with the story, I'll give you a little bit of a recap here. This is the man who was arrested with the knife. He looks like an upstanding citizen and definitely an asset to America. I'm glad we brought him over here. All right, now let's go up to the actual incident and learn a little bit more about that. Now, while you're watching this, I just want you to keep in mind that Somali are overwhelmingly Muslim. So that's why they get so upset when you see somebody walking a dog right next to a mosque. It's because they don't like dogs, for one, and two, that's like haram. They don't want it anywhere near their mosque. I think it's like 99% of the Somali in Somalia are Muslims. So that's why they have that extreme reaction. So I'll go ahead and play this just so you get a little bit of recap of what happened.
All right, Friday afternoon, John with the main wire. As you can see, I'm in Lewiston, right across from the mosque. Police are still on scene. What is being reported? Hey, thank you. Yes, I am a troublemaker. Just was told I was a troublemaker by the police. I think that was a compliment. What we've got here is a situation where a gentleman was walking his dog down the street, a safety squadron. And as we pan over here, we can see Melissa Dunn is still out here protecting the sidewalk and mirrors over here. What you've got is a situation is that a gentleman was walking his dog by the mosque. Members of the mosque took exception to the fact that he was walking his dog by the mosque. There was a altercation. The mosque emptied out. A lot of chaos at the mosque. Then a gentleman stopped his Prius in the middle of the street and pulled a knife on one of the workers at a local business here. Police responded. That person has been arrested. This is a developing story. All right, John from the main wire with a quick update. Just before 3 o'clock, I'm out here, just did my last video. Police are still on scene over here at Mears. A gentleman just came up, this is the third time it's happened, just pulls into the mosque parking lot and gave me a gun, flashed his gun, sign at me. I have asked the police to go talk to this gentleman. They're on scene now. I'm beyond sick and tired of having my life threatened here in Lewiston, so I've asked the police to follow up.
Just to recap this is a reporter. He is a damn good one, by the way. If you don't know who he is, you should definitely know who he is. He is very good. He also investigates a lot of the home healthcare fraud. But what he's saying is that there are Somali who are pulling up in vehicles and flashing the gun sign at him like they are going to kill him for exposing what they are doing. I mean, this is where we are as a country. And for some reason, we've just allowed this to happen and we're supposed to accept it. I mean, the FBI, DHS, everyone should be just raining down on these foreigners and deporting every last one of them. Why are we putting up with this?
They eat them. They eat them. Yeah. 2 Atlanta women stole $9.4 million from Amazon and then forged a federal judge's signature while out on bond. Yep. And then here we go.
So part of what we've seen here is an effort to address a blind spot in our counterterrorism strategy, and that is the resurgence of political terrorism we have seen from groups driven by far-left ideology. We had a ministerial here at the State Department just a few weeks ago that brought together practitioners with policymakers because we're hearing from practitioners about this blind spot, about this resurgence. To put it in context of the violence that we're seeing, the single most type of attacks we're seeing in terms of number from terrorist attacks, anti-government attacks, and plots are from far-left ideologically driven groups. And we now see far-left driven attacks and plots in Europe on par with jihadi terrorist attacks. So this is clearly an issue we need to address. So part of what we've seen here is an effort to address.
Yeah, just saying. Colombia's new president was inaugurated on August 7th. On August 8th, his military captured a FARC cartel commander 48 hours. On August 26th, his government bombed a rebel position and put a Dominican drug lord on a plane to the United States to face charges in Puerto Rico and New Jersey. Same day bombing and extraditing. 19 days from the oath of office to airstrikes and international prison transfers. Nobody made him do this. No treaty required that timeline. No U.S. pressure produced a 19-day turnaround from inauguration to bombing rebel positions and handing over drug traffickers. Meanwhile, next door in Mexico, a sitting governor who was indicted by the U.S. for drug trafficking tried to walk back into his office last week. His own party let him sit there for 24 hours before forcing him out. And the DEA director went on television to say that current high-level Mexican officials are working directly with the cartels. Two countries, same border region, same cartels, same week. One is bombing and extraditing. The other governors was on the cartel's payroll. Colombia didn't wait to be asked. The tools were built before the president arrived. He picked them up on day one and hasn't put them down. That's what frictionless looks like. I'm the guy on the couch, and you've been debriefed. I'm not on a couch. I'm sitting in my chair. Yeah. All right. So, Michigan gubernatorial candidate John James is going to talk about the FBI. Here we go.
Last question here, because you've mentioned it now 3 times, but is the illegal voting in Michigan and the new executive order for mail-in ballots. We know that Democrats are losing their minds over that. Michigan is one of the states that refuses to turn over their voter rolls to the Trump administration to get a mail-in ballot. Finally, we're getting barcodes on the ballots, and we think this is really going to tighten up elections. The problem that we have, John, is that we've kind of seen this play out before, where a Secretary of State runs a very dodgy election campaign that is rife with fraud, but they end up winning because of the magic numbers at the end of the night. We watched this happen with Kari Lake in Arizona. We watched this happen with the governor there, Katie Hobbs. She was in the same position, right? She oversaw corrupt election after corrupt election in Arizona, and then she used the system to elect herself. How will you prevent that from happening on election night?
Great question. Well, I've already had a good conversation with my friend Kash Patel, who has said already that the FBI will have a presence leading up to Election Day in Michigan, in both West Michigan and in Southeast Michigan. And also the DOJ has announced that they have at least 3 locations, I believe 2 in mid-Michigan, and also 1 will be in Southeast Michigan. We owe every person, regardless how you vote. Look, this is not about red or blue. This is about red, white, and blue. I'm a combat veteran. I fought for your right to vote, and I put my life on the line, along with countless men and women who fought and many who fell before us for your right. That is sacrosanct. But cheaters will not be allowed to cheat, and we will have our eyes out, because we know that Johnson Benson has a record of having her thumb on the scale. So we will not allow them to do that, but we have to do our part, Benny. We have to show up. We have to swamp the vote. We have to make it too big to rig. Michigan is the front line. We are the center of the universe. We have House seats that are open, a Senate seat that's open, a state legislature is up for grabs, attorney general, secretary of state, and governor. This is the front. This is it. This could be the Alamo. We have to step up. So again, we can't make any excuses. We have to show up to the polls. This is a place where President Trump has won at least twice, and we're going to make sure that we win again and turn our state around and save our republic.
There you go. Yep. Representative John James. Yep. All right. And I'm not even going to waste my time with him. So any agency in Canada that doesn't publicly reject this bastardization of history and an insult to the lost souls during their largest terrorist attack in U.S. history will no longer be friend to this FBI, not to mention our heroes that responded in the aftermath. And is basically Canada's public broadcaster is facing criticism over internal guidance telling journalists not to describe 9/11 as a terrorist attack without attribution. The Canadian Broadcasting Corporation says terms like terrorist or terrorism are politically and emotionally loaded and should be used with extreme caution. The memo comes ahead of the 25th anniversary of 9/11, with Canadian MP Rachel Thomas calling the guidance absolutely shameful. The FBI describes 9/11, which killed nearly 3,000 people, as the most lethal terrorist attack in history. Yeah, we will never forget 9/11. Just saying. So, and then let's go ahead and keep moving along. I'm not going to waste my time on Carney today. I'm just not. Let's see. Federal judge approves Bank of America's $72 million settlement with alleged Epstein victims. So there's going to be something going on with that here soon enough. We'll know more about it when they come out. When it comes out to the public, fully out into the public, then I'll cover it. But I'm not going to bury myself in it. You don't want to come out and give us a list of names, but we're supposed to care about whether you get paid off or not. Fuck around, find out for Crass. TDS Brian Krasenstein could face 20 years in prison and pay $1 million in fines. That's right. State Department official warns far-left troll Brian Krasenstein he could face 20 years in prison and $1 million in fines after bragging about donating to newly designated global terrorist group. Yeah. So Krasenstein might just get himself buried on his own. It's never interrupt the enemy when they're destroying themselves, right? Exactly. Eric Doctor says migrant panic is erupting in Springfield, Ohio.
That Immigration and Customs Enforcement is ramping up its operations. This comes less than 24 hours after the faith-based organization G92 confirmed a Haitian pastor was detained at a Sunoco gas station Thursday morning. Community leadership tells us detainments in Springfield are not happening without opposition. Today, that Immigration and Customs Enforcement
doesn't matter. You're getting the hell out of our country. You've been here long enough. You've stolen enough. You've used us enough. You've manipulated us enough. We're done. Get out. Acting Secretary of the Navy, Hung Chow. For too long, we have treated our reserve forces as a separate, supplementary capability rather than an extension of our active duty combat power. That changes today. I am appointing Mr. Michael Mansfield as the Deputy Assistant Secretary of the Navy for Reserve Affairs. He will oversee Navy and Marine Corps Reserve Force requirements with an immediate focus on modernizing Navy Reserve Force generation, integrating civilian skills, and removing bureaucratic obstacles to rapid combat power delivery. Mr. Mansfield's appointment is a clear message. We are fully capitalizing on the civilian expertise of our citizen sailors and Marines to win the future fight. Yeah. And then I can't play this one because he's got music playing through the whole thing, but the words that are coming up are from the song that's playing in the background. I can't play it though. So, all right. And then let's go here.
We actually still have a law on the books called the Communist Control Act.
Go on.
Even naturalized U.S. citizens, if they are communists, if they carry out communist political activity, they can be denaturalized and deported on those grounds. And so the president should invoke the Communist Control Act and just denaturalize him, send him back to Uganda, and then it's over. Right? Yeah. Like that really is what should happen. Not just with him, but like all his voters. And that's probably the next place that the
It's coming.
Yeah.
It's coming. Yep. And then Donald Trump said this.
And yeah, we have to take care of our farmers. The farmers are very important to me. And the deal with Canada is moving along, and we should be able to have a deal with Canada. We're also starting on a new deal with Mexico. A much better deal for the United States. I only make good deals. Much better deal for the United States, both with Canada and Mexico.
Yeah. And Donald Trump says ranchers and farmers have always been number one priority for me. They work very hard, are smart, efficient, and immaculately clean. But for years, I have heard that they have had a tremendous problem with the big processors who mainly say are nasty monopoly. There are essentially 4 of them, a very non-competitive number, and they make life miserable for our wonderful farmers and ranchers. And I can't let that happen, can I? So in order to break this powerful monopoly with much of its ownership based outside of the USA, I am authorizing legal documents to be drawn in order to allow farmers and ranchers to be given the right to process their own food. This should move quickly. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. It's that simple. Yeah, it is. And then we got this.
I moved to North Austin about a year ago. By the way, I know my lip stain looks insane. I've been having some health problems, and lip stain isn't my first priority. Anyway, moved to North Austin a year ago, and it's like a big, nice, kind of like corporate apartment complex. And there are a lot of like big tech corporations nearby. I thought that'll be like a decently nice neighborhood. Wait, my building started taking Section 8, which, as you know, are people that are on Section 8 are nothing but future doctors and engineers. Anyway, since my building started taking Section 8, I woke up, I want to say it was the day they started taking Section 8, to a woman screaming at a woman in the courtyard how she was going to fight her because fill the blank, I don't even know what they're fighting about. Then I tried to walk my dog a couple months ago, and I had a man chase me through the courtyard. He chased me 100 yards through the courtyard. I got out my mace because I don't know what you're doing, and he asked me for my Instagram. Then about a month and a half, 2 months ago, me and my boyfriend got back from somewhere really late, and we were walking up to my apartment, and a man followed us up to the apartment talking about stabbing someone. I do believe that this man could potentially be suffering with like schizophrenia, but nonetheless. Then last night, we were going to go to sushi. We had a reservation for 9 p.m. So we had to leave here at 8:30. We left here at 8:30. I walked out my front door, and a police officer kneeling on the ground screamed, "Get down! Go back inside your apartment! Go! Go!" And there were about 30 cops spread on my apartment and the next apartment. And I guess there was an armed wanted fugitive in my apartment complex. I came back into my apartment and I sat on the floor just in fear of like potentially being caught in some crossfire. So the moral of this story is make sure that the place that you're going to move doesn't take Section 8.
Sorry, guys, but I don't think the people that are on Section 8 that are moving into these places are actually doctors or engineers. I think they're people that we probably don't want to live next to for a lot of different reasons. If we look at the comments, Austin is the Texas version of Los Angeles. I've heard that actually a lot. Vote red. Austin has been trashed for over a decade. Central Texas resident, Austin has been ruined by liberal policies. It's so sad. It used to be such a cool place. So are you moving out? That's wild. So everyone seems to think that Austin is not a good place to live, and it's because of liberal policies. Well, is it really Democrat? Yeah, it is. Looks like Austin has a Democrat mayor, and all 10 city council members are affiliated with the Democrat Party. So unfortunately, it doesn't look like things are going to get any better. In fact, they'll probably get a lot worse.
Yep. Hate to say that. If you live down in the Austin, Texas area, I hate to point it out to you, but just so you know, yeah. Kyoto locals are now tracking down and blocking vehicles belonging to the Red Cross NGO in order to halt their operations across the enclave. This is unprecedented. They are warning the Red Cross to leave immediately. They are done. They're done with all these people coming in, all these illegals, and the Red Cross coming in to help them out, bringing them tents, bringing them all kinds of everything. Get them the hell out of there. They're rising up. They're going to take their country back. James Wood says it's important to understand the staggering number of accomplishments Donald Trump has achieved for America, despite having a worthless shithead like John Thune in control of the Senate. Trump's top 25 achievements, the list every conservative should know and use. So with the midterms coming, the astonishing number of Republican voters cannot name 3 things President Trump has accomplished, which is remarkable when you consider that Donald Trump has accomplished more in a year and a half than any other president ever did in 4. Indeed, he has accomplished so much so fast across so many fronts that most people cannot keep up. The enemy media buries the victories. Oh, the enemy media is I guess that must be a slang word. Buries the victories while Republicans do an abysmal job of explaining them. So here is the cheat sheet. It barely scratches the surface, and yet each and every item here is a game changer, and your befuddled black-pilling friends need to know it. This is not a list of promises. It's a list of laws enacted, cases won, policies implemented, agreements secured, and measurable results. You don't have to memorize all 25, learn 5. And when somebody says Trump hasn't done much, show them the receipts. And then there's a whole list. And I'm not going to go through them because Trump will tell us himself. I'm just saying, Trump will tell us himself, right? He'll tell him himself. But Finland official says support for UN agency will end following allegations employees tied to October 7th. Yep. So they are, lots of people are coming from every little thing. All right. And then Steve Hilton had this to say.
Hilton is hoping to appeal to Central California voters, focusing on local issues like water regulations on farmers.
So the excuses that they're using to reduce the deliveries of water to our farmers don't add up. And so that's another thing that I can change very quickly by putting new people into the State Water Resources Control Board. The message is very practical and positive. $3 gas, cut utility bills in half. Your first 150 grand tax-free, starter homes for young families, simple common sense things that everyone can agree with.
Hilton is hoping to appeal to Central California voters, focusing on local issues like water regulations on farmers.
So the excuses.
Yeah. So, update: the woman caught on video interfering with ICE operation in Fort Myers, Florida last week. Well, she has just been arrested by Florida law enforcement and has been identified as a Mexican illegal alien, Maria Negrita Rea, per FLAG, Florida AG. Will face felony charges for battery on law enforcement officers, photo courtesy of Florida AG's office. Yep. And this is her. Remember, I showed this last week.
Pinche pendejos perros. You fucking perros. Hey, you fucking motherfucker, man. Oh, yeah. I got you. Hey, you motherfucker. Hey, she the fucking girl. Hey, you motherfucker. You motherfucker! Get out! Don't fucking hit me! Don't fucking hit me! Y'all fucking stupid! Y'all are fucking stupid! Get off of her! Get off of her! Get off of her, bro. Y'all just fucked up, bro. I ain't fucking seen everything. Y'all fucked up, bro. Y'all fucked up. 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 Y'all fucked up really bad. Y'all fucked up really bad. Y'all fucked up.
Your dad is not in there. I don't have your dad. You guys did something for everything.
Y'all fucked up.
Your mom should be taken out, right? Why not?
We fucking did her. Y'all fucked up. Y'all fucked up. If y'all take her, y'all fucked up. If y'all take her, y'all fucked up. If y'all, I got it, and I got it on camera too. I got it on camera. Y'all hitting all of them. Yep. Y'all fucked up, and y'all know y'all did. Leave them alone. Leave them alone.
Actually, no. You fucked up. Number one, because your recording it allows us to see how fucking unruly you are and how much you care about your own country. You're probably, the person holding the camera is more than likely not even a legal citizen in the United States. Hate to say it, but it's probably true. But they got her. They got her. She gone. She'll go. Bye-bye. After she gets done serving her time. Yep. President Trump posts, the builders versus the breakers. History is not subtle. Washington, Lincoln, Jefferson, Reagan, and Trump built this country. The other 5 spent decades trying to dismantle it. We know which side we're on. America first always. Oh, and TikTok, Obama, and Biden. So you got Washington, Lincoln, Jefferson, Reagan, Trump. And then over here you got Buchanan, Wilson, Carter, Obama, and Biden. The 5 that broke it. Just saying. Just saying. Yeah. And then we got this.
I ain't never eating at Texas Roadhouse again or Logan's Roadhouse. Y'all got me fucked up. That was all I needed to hear. Didn't I just make a video saying how they didn't want us in their establishments? They don't want us in their establishments. We need to be only supporting black-owned restaurants, period.
Let me just say, on behalf of the non-ghetto, non-EBT, non-hood rat crowd, your terms are acceptable. I think you should stay away from Texas Roadhouse indefinitely. Never come back. Matter of fact, you need to punish us. Just don't show up. Let us know where you will be so that we are not allowed to be graced with your presence. Let us know where you're going next so that we can avoid it at all costs, because we don't deserve to be around you. You're right. Your terms are acceptable. Absolutely. Don't threaten us with a good time. You mean to tell us we get to eat and it's quiet? We get to eat someplace where the servers are actually going to get tipped? We get to eat someplace where y'all ain't going to be yelling and screaming and loudly laughing and then potentially dine and dash? We get to eat in peace? Shoot, your terms are more than acceptable. Matter of fact, I think Texas Roadhouse should further whatever it did to piss you off. Texas Roadhouse should fully embrace it so that the rest of us can go there and eat and have a great time. Man, yeah, I would embrace that. If I were Texas Roadhouse, I'd be like, listen, I don't know why y'all are mad at us, but we did it. Absolutely. There should be more restaurants out there embracing the anti-EBT ghetto hood rat crowd. Nah, listen, don't let me have a restaurant, because I'd start a rumor on purpose to piss y'all off. I'd have an AI picture of some Klansmen just hanging out and sitting in the restaurant and being like, hey, listen, we welcome you here. Listen, I don't get me started. Don't give me any ideas. I would do it and have y'all pissed off and avoid my restaurant. Shoot, let's go ahead and do that. Cracker Barrel, I think they should start doing it. Texas Roadhouse, Outback Roadhouse, Longhorn Steakhouse. All y'all go ahead and sign up and go ahead and do it. I'm all for it. We can eat in peace and be comfortable. Go for it. Let's do it. Zeke Arkham, got your 6. Bye.
Oh, you gotta love it. Yeah. The great replacement theory.
Empire down from within? I mean, again, how is that different than most Democrats? They're anti-capitalist. They want to cut America down to size. Yes, you do. You destabilize the country on purpose by bringing in a third world invasion.
We're back to the great replacement theory.
Your two most popular people in the Democratic Party, AOC and Mondani, are boys with Piker. They collaborate with the guy. They're friends. They're not disavowed. Bernie Sanders, your new kingmaker, loves Piker. He said if he had to choose between Piker and Carville, he said, I'm with Piker. So, Jessica, this is not a problem for you. This is you. You can't distance yourself from him. He is empire down from within.
Yep. Just saying. Let's see. And then Scott Jennings says, getting a little tense in the big tent.
I'm done. So don't any reporter ask me again about Hassan Piker. It's not what November is about. Republicans are trying to make it. They're trying to divide us. And we got to stop letting them try to divide. I'm done. So don't any reporter.
Yeah. Debbie Dingle, you need to stop representing and just take your ass home. That's what you need to do. Yeah. I didn't say it. He said it. Said disrespected trucker. Ash says, well, I'm not going to tell you what Ash says. Ash is going to share something.
And they go out opposite each other to battle. Maktil, Chad Minayu, von Vadai, Umitarde, Lookmi Malko. And for that, they're so busy in establishing new sovereignties in the place where the person fell, they don't bother Klal Yisrael. Meaning, Hashem does a chesed, And they're so busy killing each other that they don't kill us. So it's a historical overview of the various wars and battles, world wars, etc. So busy battling each other, they leave us alone. Now, the Moshe Zatzal would say, that's the mile of sports. The guys are so busy in sports, they don't have time to shepherd the Jews. If they saw boxing, where they pummel and kill each other, instead of pummeling and killing us. Go upon them. They have national pastimes, some of them benign, like baseball, some of them a little more dangerous, like football, where they're wired for sound to hear the crunch of the broken bone. But the more they pummel each other, the less they pummel us. They kill each other, knock in front of them.
Yeah.
And that's really Malka, establishing another king. That's what Yaakov was davening for, that they should knock each other out, the descendants of Esav. Whether Edom or Germania of Edom, they should be so busy fighting each other that they don't bother us.
Yeah. And we wonder why. We wonder why. And then this happened yesterday afternoon.
And then there was also a big federal investigation, I think by the DOJ or by the FBI, as far as there was a concern that Sharia law may be taking place here. And they did a full, what? I'm not lying. I'm talking about the investigation that happened. I'm not lying. There was an investigation. They found that no Sharia law was taking place with the investigation. What do you mean am I allowed to be here? Of course I'm allowed to be here.
No, you're not. Are you Muslim?
No.
This is property for the mosque. It's not for you. Hey, you're on private property. I need you on the other side.
Okay, so I can't be on this part? I can't be on this side of the street?
You need to be on the other side of the rope or on the sidewalk.
Just because of private property?
This is private property, yes.
Okay, so like they can kick me off the mosque? Yeah, no, I understand, but I'm just wondering why.
Public side's right there.
All right, I got you. All right, you guys just got kicked off of the mosque property, I guess. How are you guys doing?
Yeah. So, yeah, they hunted them down on their property and told them to get out. Yeah. North Carolina daycare employees face charges after deputies launched an investigation into abuse allegations at the facility. The Catawba County Sheriff's Office said it received a report of an alleged assault on a juvenile at a child care facility, Child Care Network. 25-year-old Gabrielle Sierra Ann Downey was employed as a teacher at Child Care Network. She was charged with misdemeanor child abuse and assault on a child under 12. On August 12th, Dowdy received a $11,000 secured bond. 33-year-old Maya Lynn Danielle McDole was the assistant director of the daycare at the time of the incident. She was charged with failure to report a crime against a juvenile and failure to report juvenile abuse. McDole received a $15,000 secured bond. 42-year-old Lindsay Blair Garner was the district manager for Child Care Network. She was charged with failure to report a crime against a juvenile and failure to report juvenile abuse. Garner received a $20,000 secured bond. 53-year-old Jennifer Lee Bale was employed as a teacher at Child Care Network. She was charged with failure to report a crime against a juvenile and failure to report juvenile abuse. And Bale received a $11,000 secured bond. So, real quick, these are the faces of these women who decided that your child is a punching bag and that it's okay. Yeah, them 4 women there, each of them now on secured bond awaiting court. Yep. And then we got this.
And we're always hearing the bad news out there, so we thought we were going to counter it with the truth. Our own good news tidbits this Thursday. Like this, the Trump administration's deportation push, it's not just sweeping violent criminals off of our streets, it's delivering a massive real-world win for your wallet. So the strain in our healthcare system is easing, we know that, and rent prices are starting to drop. The Virginia Realtors Association says that rent growth has slowed significantly since it peaked in 2022 at more than 10%. Now they're up just a measly 0.4% rents. So the next time you hear the press bemoaning how these deportations are awful, saying that removing illegals is hurting businesses, remember what they're actually rooting for and what they're rooting against. And we're always hearing the bad news out.
Yep. So, yep, the more of them that go, the cheaper the rents go. TikTok is on fire after an influencer allegedly spent more than 2 years pretending to be a student in Duke University's physician assistant program. Angela Victoria Murdoch reportedly documented her supposed journey as a Duke, Pennsylvania student. Building a huge online following, landing brand deals, and even appearing on a Netflix reality show. According to people who investigated her claims, she went to extraordinary lengths to make the story look authentic, wearing scrubs in videos, purchasing medical equipment, driving to Duke's campus just to film content before driving back home, and even having fake badges made to feature in her videos. Things reportedly began to unravel when an actual student of the program congratulated Murdoch online for being part of the PA program. The student reportedly said she had never seen or heard of Murdoch being in the program and was blocked within minutes. Then, over the course of the semester, other students reportedly started noticing something strange. None of them had ever seen Murdoch, not in class, on campus, or at program events. The biggest twist came later. After going quiet for a while, Murdoch posted graduation photos in front of Duke Chapel, complete with a cap and master's hood. People quickly noticed that the colors appeared to be incorrect. That prompted even more digging. According to those investigating her claims, Murdoch does not appear to have an NCCPA certification number in North Carolina, where she allegedly claimed to be certified. The entire 2-hour Duke hooding and graduation ceremony was also available online, with graduates called in alphabetical order. Her name was never called, and she does not appear to have walked across the stage. After Murdoch was exposed, her social media accounts, which had hundreds of thousands of followers, were reportedly deleted.
Such a hands-on person. Random fact about me, I used to want to be. If you have any friends who are in nursing school, in school to be a dentist, in PA school, in let me put on my seatbelt, in school to be a doctor, etc., we are simply not okay. We're tired. We're stressed out. We actually need a break. We're overworked and overstimulated at the same time. And don't let you be in clinic working for free. Don't let you be in rotations. These are some of God's strongest soldiers. So I say that all to say, send a text, maybe saying that you're thinking about someone, proud of them, keep going, something, because we are on our last leg, you guys. We have break coming up in November, but we are simply not yet there. It seems actually very far. And for my Christian girlies who follow me, keep your girl in your prayers. I'm first year PA. It's a lot of work, and I am stressed out. Hey guys, get ready with me for my psych rotation as a PA student. I feel like this is long overdue when I haven't done a get ready down the line time. Nice compared to some of the other rotations or healthcare workers. Listen, I still make it happen. So I'm officially halfway through. I hope you enjoy it and like for part 2.
Yeah. No, I don't think I want to see part 2 other than the companies that sponsored you getting their funding back, because that is fraud. You fraudulently did it was be another thing if you had a release that basically said that everything on this channel is a joke, like some of the newspapers and magazines out there, but you didn't do that. So so if the governor didn't know about a wine cellar in his basement, wait till he finds out. During his administration, number one, California has lost two major refineries. Number two, California compliant gasoline output has dropped 21%. 3, drilling permits have fallen over 90%. pre SB 237. Since SB 237, there have been 397 permits issued and 115 spuds drilled, only 6% of the total 2,000 potential. Number 5, California in-state crude production has dropped by 39%. Number 6, California imports of foreign oil as it's just like, this is crazy. But he didn't know he had a wine cellar. Really? You didn't know you had a wine cellar? I'd be checking the labels. That's what I'd be doing. Yeah. So, right. And Gavin doesn't know about his mega wine label, Plump Jack, or large swaths of vineyards he owns on his own $245,000 per year salary either. Yeah. Like he forgot to report millions in behest payments on his declarations, or when he got $2.7 million in cash out of his other home and forgot to report that too. I always forget when I get millions in cash out of my gifted home, tax free. The struggle is real. Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, I think he was raised on mac and cheese, and that's it. Hot dogs and mac and cheese. I think that's what he did. Yeah. And then Gavin Newsom has self-deported to Canada.
The Trump administration just released some really impressive immigration numbers, Jesse, and I'm not here to critique DHS or call them liars, but I think they missed one self-deportation, and that's Gavin Newsom to Canada. And Gavin is going to go and run for Prime Minister of Canada. You're exactly right. And I can count the ways and why he's running, how he's running, and why he's going to fit in perfectly up there, if you don't mind. First off, the Prime Minister of Canada right now isn't actually Canadian. He's lived in America for the last 40 years. The Canadian economy is in total and complete free fall. They have a cost of living crisis just like California, the worst in the G7, just like the state of California. They have an infrastructure crisis that is crumbling, a housing crisis, just like California. They also have a legal and illegal immigration crisis, just like California. So Gavin's going to be sitting pretty, but the list doesn't end there, Jesse. California has a poop crisis. You just mentioned that. And we looked it up before the show. Guess who else has a poop crisis? The major cities in Canada. Vancouver logged 20,000 human excrement poop fairy situations, is what they call it, just last year. So it's perfect. Gavin's going to be right at home. And let's include the fact that the last Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, he campaigned in blackface. Gavin Newsom likes to wear political blackface when he's talking to black audiences, saying that he doesn't know how to read, saying he has a low IQ, using words like I hustled when I was a kid. And also, Justin Trudeau, daddy issues. Gavin Newsom, major daddy issues. And most importantly, they have assisted suicide in Canada. And Gavin Newsom, I think, has killed his 2028 chances. One final thing, Jesse.
Yes.
If Gavin Newsom's going to critique the economy here in America, well, he'll be sitting just fine in Canada, who has a lower economy and a lower GDP than the state of Texas.
Well, that was a master class in political analysis. Benny Johnson, everybody, thank you so much. We really.
I'll send you a message. Okay. All right. Yep. No, I appreciate it. Yeah. I probably hold on. I'll take a look right now. Hang on. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back with you. Yeah, probably about 3 hours. Yeah. No, if I can get it before 8 or 9, then that'll be good. But I'll let you know. I'll be finishing up here in a few minutes. Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much. Bye. Sorry. Where were we? Oh yeah. So, yeah, so we're going to send Gavin to be a Canadian, a Canuckian. Yep. You can't make this shit up. A man whose job was to detect spies inside the U.S. government just pleaded guilty to becoming the very thing he was supposed to stop. Nathan Lotch worked for the Defense Intelligence Agency's Insider Threat Division and held a top secret security clearance. Read that again. The Insider Threat guy was the Insider Threat. According to the DOJ, Lotch, I have no idea how to say that name, began secretly copying classified information from his DIA workstation, removing it from the secured area, and eventually leaving a thumb drive containing secret and top secret material at a public park in North Virginia for what he believed was a foreign government. Except there was one problem. The person he thought he was communicating with was actually an FBI agent, and it gets crazier. DOJ says Lotch told them he wanted citizenship in the foreign country and wasn't particularly concerned with getting paid. Then he went back for more. Between May 15th through 27th, 2025, investigators say he repeatedly copied additional classified information and concealed it in his clothing while removing it from his workstation. On May 29th, he showed up to transmit another batch. The FBI was waiting. Boom, arrested. Now he has pleaded guilty and faces up to life in prison. But this is the line everybody should be paying attention to. The guy wasn't some random low-level government employee. He worked in the DIA's Insider Threat Division. The people assigned to find compromised insiders had a compromised insider sitting among them. How many more are there? This may go deeper than I can reach. So they did a press release on it yesterday with the justice.gov, and I believe that the Todd Blanche will be discussing it in a press conference later today or later this weekend, possibly. This is. And then you got
Tucker Carlson's warning about the housing market is going viral as more and more people are now.
Now, what were we just talking about? We were just talking about the fact that rents are getting cheaper because of the fact that we're getting rid of all the illegals. But this is what Tucker wants to focus on. He doesn't want to focus on, however, I've done this myself with one of these buildings. Unfortunately, the building got crushed, but I did this with one of these buildings.
Converting Home Depot sheds into homes. Some people are even afraid that pretty soon private equity will take over the shed market as well.
Hi, I'm Kiana, and I'm turning this 12 by 40 shed into a fully livable tiny home and Airbnb. A few months ago, I packed up, moved into a camper, and started over on my land in New Mexico. While I'm living in my RV, this shed is becoming my biggest project yet.
Since I came from a college apartment, a lot of the stuff that I already had was meant for a small space. So I was already used to having to kind of downsize and not have a lot of stuff. I immediately fell in love. I love the character. It is pretty obvious to me that it is a shed conversion. This was just kind of perfect.
This comes a year after Tucker Carlson gave this warning about the housing market.
And it's especially bad the young people can't afford homes. Let me just put a very precise point on this. If you want a measure of how your economy is doing, GDP, no, I don't know what even that is, the total economic activity. Oh, no. My measure is really simple. I got a bunch of kids. Can they afford houses with full-time jobs at like 27, 28? And the answer is no way. And the answer is that 35-year-olds with really good jobs can't afford a house unless they stretch and go deep into debt. That's a complete disaster. Why? Two reasons. One, if people don't own things, they don't feel ownership of the country they're in. And the country gets super volatile because people feel like they've got nothing to lose. When you have a lawn, trust me, you're thinking long term. Second, it's really hard to have a family without a house. It's like super fun to live in an apartment if, there's like a bar downstairs, you're in a cool neighborhood. I'm in East Village. It's so cool. So you're not going to have 3 kids there. You can't. Nobody wants to raise their kids in that neighborhood. Nobody wants to raise their kids in an apartment. People do it because they have to. Nobody wants to. People want a little house, not some McMansion, just a little normal house. That is the actual American dream. And that is what is totally unattainable for young people.
So home ownership is becoming impossible. Meanwhile, the rents are so high that a lot of people are forced to choose between getting food or having a home. So it makes sense why a lot of them are buying these sheds, especially when you only have to pay a few $100s a month to get one.
What's up, guys? We're here in Florida. Here's what you can get for $19,000 in Florida, only $300 a month. All right, you guys will follow me upstairs. I want you to check it out. Again, $19,000 or $384 a month. You can get this right here in Central Florida. We have a loft area up here, a bathroom, a big open concept.
Yeah, how about that? How about that? The way to donate is I'm going to copy the links and paste them in. Is the best way to do it. Let's see, I hit the wrong one. That's the one I got to hit. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. And then go to where it says live. Yeah, that's it. Mute right away. Mute where it says live. Mute. There you go. All right. And what's crazy is I can put them into the chat, but I can't put them into I can't because YouTube wants me to go to being a paid channel, okay, and I'm not going to give them control, and I sure as fuck am not going to give them 40%. So there's one. If you want to use PayPal instead, this is the email for the PayPal. So all you have to do is copy and paste it into your thing. Or if you want to use Venmo, this is for that one. Yeah, it's well, I mean, Miss Minder, you saw the buildings that I used to have. It was just basically, insulating the walls, make sure you got your power run and things like that. And of course you got to, they're not set up for toilets. So you have to, either set up a compost toilet inside or outside, depending on what you have. She could basically put it on her front porch. Those porch buildings are nice. They are pretty roomy too. But yeah, someday I'll be in a real house and I won't have to worry about that. I hope someday. So all right, let me wow. My text is small over here too. Wow. I thought I made that stuff bigger. But I didn't. So, but those are the ones that I can use. New York resident is so upset and frustrated she ends up screaming by the end of this video, begging for Zohran Mamdani to investigate the New York City HRA office. But I want you guys to pay close attention to what she says in this rant. Okay, pay close attention, and when you hear it, okay, type it out.
Mayor Manzani, we need you in this office. We got a lot of client retaliation going on in here where you make complaints about these people and they retaliate on your fucking case. There's no way that I should be able to have to wait 6 months to move anywhere. There's no way, Manzani. We need you here. We need you to walk through this office. We need you to walk through this office. I made a complaint against a worker 6 months ago and my fucking case has been fucked up. Fucked up. Look, there's nobody even in here. There's nobody even in here. They all congregate. They all know each other. They all know each other. They don't want to help nobody. They don't want to help nobody. They don't want to help nobody. Come on, man. Liz, Liz, get the off of me. They don't. I don't do what? How many times you see me come down here for help? How many times? How many times I have to come down here for help and nobody don't fucking help me? There's nobody in here. Man, Donnie, we need you to walk through this motherfucker. Like I said, client retaliation. You make complaints and they don't want to fucking help you. There's no way I signed a lease 6 months ago. Look, it's fucking empty in here. It's empty in here. There's no reason why I have to go through this. There's no reason. I come in here calm. I don't say nothing to nobody. I wait my turn, and yet I still get the shitty end of the stick all the time. I'm a working woman. This is the second time I had to retire to resign to get help. The first one was MTA. I had to resign to get help. This is my second job that I'm resigning from to get help. What type of shit is that? And then they look at you and laugh in your face like you ain't worth shit. Hey, you ain't worth shit. You know me. You know I've never been disrespectful to you. You know me. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of this. You make a complaint about it. You make a complaint about somebody. I made a complaint about him.
Did anybody catch that? I quit my job 3 times to get some help. I quit my job 3 times to get some help. She quit her job to go on welfare. A job that you have to resign from is generally something where you're making between $70,000 to $100,000, right? Oh, Brother Ben, thank you. And yeah, thank you. Shit. My brain's in freeze mode at this moment. We need a quick safety meeting here. I got to collect my thoughts now. He did. All right. Oh boy. Ooh. Oh. You ever go to drink something because your throat's kind of scratchy, and just as you do it, it decides it wants to cough at the same time that you're swallowing? Yeah, that's not fun. That's not fun at all. It's not enjoyable. Okay, it's absolutely not enjoyable. But anyways, so this woman's going off on these guys because she quit her job to get benefits and shows the offices are empty. Only a few employees are there to process anything, but they can't help. They won't help you. Democrats run a welfare state, but then they understaff the department and underdeliver on service, and this is the result. People so upset they literally having a mental breakdown trying to get help. This woman also said she had to quit her job so that she could get help, keep collecting benefits and qualify for benefits. But that's a whole separate issue that needs to be talked about, and it does. It absolutely does. It needs to be talked about because of the fact that girl, I'm not even on welfare, and I probably could qualify for it, okay, but I wouldn't because I have a way to earn what I need to get, and that is running my mouth, sharing my opinion, covering Q posts, covering the news, making some funky songs, and hanging out with you guys for hours on end, going crazy. Okay. And you know what? I ain't screaming about it. I ain't screaming about it. I mean, it doesn't give me medical coverage. It doesn't give me all these other benefits. It doesn't give me Section 8 housing. It doesn't give, this is the thing, is that, when you market yourself as a welfare state, you become a welfare state. And what do you attract? People who need to be part of something, but aren't willing to work towards any of it. And thank you to those of you who donated today. I love each and every one of you that did. I'm sending a message right now for them to come and pick up what cans I can get filled and get some out here. And so I'm going to make a call real quick. And while I'm making a call, I'm going to give you the opportunity for a safety meeting. And I will be back with you in just about, I'd say, give me about 4 minutes, 5 minutes, and 4 minutes should do it. I should be able to get them on the phone and go from there. And I'll be right back with you.
Yeah, I inhaled. Before you strike that match tonight, before that little ember glows, ask yourself what brought you here and what you're hoping this might do. Is it pain that's wearing on you? Is your body wound up tight? Are you looking for some comfort, just enough to rest tonight? You don't have to chase a feeling, you don't have to prove a thing. Sometimes less will tell your body everything it needs to say. Yeah, I inhale, and I'll tell it like it is. I ain't running for president with an I didn't inhale defense. Take it easy, take it slowly, give your body time to know. This ain't about how high you're getting, it's about how well you know what you're asking from the medicine before you ever let it roll. Yeah, I inhale, but I learned to take it slow. Maybe smoke is how you take it, maybe tincture works instead. Maybe CBD brings comfort when it's finally time for bed. Everybody has a language, and no two will speak the same. So listen close to what yours tells you. Don't turn healing to a race. Take a little, give it time. Notice what has changed inside. Did the shoulders finally loosen? Did the noise begin to quiet? Yeah, I inhale, and I'll tell it like it is. I ain't running for president with an I didn't inhale defense. Take it easy, take it slowly, give your body time to know. This ain't about how high you're getting, it's about how well you know what you're asking from the medicine before you ever let it roll. Yeah, I inhaled, but I learned to take it slow. There's a difference between escaping and giving yourself some peace. There's a difference between wanting more and knowing when you've reached that little place where pain backs down, where you finally breathe again. That's when you put the medicine down and let the healing settle in. Yeah, I inhaled, I won't pretend I didn't. No campaign speech, no clever little spin. I learned to listen to my body yourself and give the medicine room to work. Yeah, I inhale, and I ain't ashamed to say it worked. Know why you're reaching for it. Give yourself time to know. Sometimes the wisest thing you learn is when it's time to let it go.
All right, I'm back, and let's get back into this. And I got fuel coming. I said, they said, how many cans? I said, well, come and pick up what I got. And they said, we've already been there. So the dogs did not even bark at them when they came and picked up the empties, so that they can just wait for me to send it to them, and they'll head to the gas station. So I'll have a full generator here in a few minutes. So we are going to keep going at least until that gets here. Yeah, we'll keep covering this. So yeah, so she quit her job in order to collect welfare. That's not cool. Now, I had to shut down my farm because $12,000 a month was ridiculous. And there's, even with the generator that Ben sent out, you're talking about, I'd say about $40 in fuel a day per greenhouse is what it would take to operate those. And it's just like, yeah, so you'd still be looking at the same amount. So with shutting the farm down and just take care of the dogs myself and keeping the fences up and the water pumped out of here, it's a hell of a lot easier on me, going by generator than if I had to try and run some of that stuff. So, but to have a full-time job and just quit it so you could go and collect welfare, not do anything because you want to sit around and do nothing, that's another story. That's yeah. It's what's the American people getting for you to get that welfare? A pain in the ass because you're in there screaming and yelling because it ain't enough. It's just crazy. It's crazy. So, all right, U.S. ambassador to NATO. This is Matthew Whitaker. I was trying to remember his name. I couldn't remember it for the life of me.
President Trump issued his national security strategy at the beginning of his presidency. That was followed on by the national defense strategy, which made the priorities very clear. That is that the defense of the homeland is number one, defense of the American people. The Western Hemisphere, where we live, obviously equally important as the second priority. Pacific region in the first island chain, the next priority, and then our alliance here in defending Europe is also a priority, but it's in fourth place. And what we need is, in order to be strong and globally project power, we need allies that are equally strong. And that's what President Trump clearly identified, and that's what we're executing here every single day at NATO. And it's really, I think right now, it's probably the biggest foreign policy victory of the second Trump term, but the work has just begun. But so far, positive momentum on that project, and it's an exciting moment in the history of NATO. President Trump.
Yeah, just saying. Yeah. Yeah. It's funny how that gets turned on and off, Sparky. It is, because there's times where I see some of these news articles and everything, and I just have to say to myself, I know you don't want me to report on that, kind of thing. And I'm talking to God when I say it. And that's when I have to turn the God particle off for a minute and kind of step off to the side so I can say, fuck, all right, and then turn the God particle back on again. You know, it's just I'm just saying. There's a time and a place for everything. You know. Let's see. Let's see. 7,000 pounds of cocaine seized. Hold my beer. Remember, in June 2019, U.S. authorities in Philadelphia seized a container ship owned by J.P. Morgan Chase fund with 1.3 billion or 20 metric tons of cocaine on board. Whatever happened there? Well, this morning, the Homeland Security put this up. Major cocaine seizure. U.S. Coast Guard personnel intercepted a smuggling vessel off the coast of Puerto Rico carrying over 7,000 pounds of cocaine. The 5 smugglers on board were arrested. Thank you to these Coast Guard heroes for protecting our homeland and eliminating this threat. Yeah. But whatever happened to that massive amount of over 20 tons of cocaine? Whatever happened to that? Because I'm sorry, you're not going to tell me that was destroyed. Or you can tell me that it was destroyed, and what I will tell you is you're full of shit. Okay? Because during that time period, okay, although Trump was in office at that time, court cases and everything else, nothing gets destroyed until after the court cases, and Trump would have been out of office by the time that this was even brought to trial. So the evidence, I'm just saying, So when he came back into office this time, he came in swinging. Did he come in swinging because he knew that they kept that 20 tons of cocaine and did something with it? Because that's what I'm thinking. It's yeah. So, Frontlines Turning Point USA exclusive. Alaska Senator Lisa Murkowski is facing mounting criticism from rural villagers who accuse her of using them as political pawns. Now, this is put together by Jonathan Chow. He's the guy who went up to, you remember last year, I think it was last year or it was the year before, Jonathan Cho, I should say. He was up in Seattle. And also, I believe he was down in Portland, too, about the same time that Andy Neal was down there. And he was covering a lot of the Antifa stuff. He was covering a lot of the criminality with the city council members, with the police departments, everything. He covered it all. Well, he ended up doing a thing with Frontlines Turning Point USA. And, let's take a listen.
They want to keep you in a chokehold, hey, you stay there. Instead of providing something, you have to work extra hard to get something. That's how the government works.
Everybody here that's voting has registration cards to vote.
So even if the Save America Act passed, it wouldn't really impact Savunga.
I don't think it would really impact anybody.
It's hard. We don't have any DMVs or anything like that.
If they had, like a traveling DMV.
That's a great idea. He goes, just bring the DMV here so you guys don't have to fly to Anchorage and spend $800.
When are we going to get one out here?
So you think Lisa Murkowski should bring the DMV here? Or?
Yes.
This is St. Lawrence Island. It's a little bit closer to Russia than it is to mainland Alaska, but there's great Alaskans that live out there.
In the middle of nowhere, Alaska, where we're about to look into claims made by the state's longtime U.S. Senator Lisa Murkowski, who says some of her indigenous constituents may be discouraged to vote if the Save America Act passes.
and by the way, the canneries, okay, the ships that are seafood processing plants, okay, and the canneries that are on the docks, their largest amount of workers are migrants from China and other areas that, yeah.
This is Alaska, the last frontier known for its rugged wilderness, extreme cold, and rich indigenous cultures, like the people who live on Savunga. Republican Senator Lisa Murkowski recently put this tiny remote island on the national stage, using them as the reason why she's refusing to support the Save America Act.
I'm asking you to approve the Save America Act.
One of President Trump's signature bills that's supposed to strengthen election integrity by requiring voter ID and proof of citizenship. But Murkowski says it will discourage most of her constituents on Savunga from voting, claiming very few would take costly flights to bigger cities like Anchorage to get proper voting documents to meet new requirements. The only thing federal about these remote Alaskan islands is usually the post office. Showtime. So we made the long trek to Savunga on primary election day to get a better sense of what the voters really think of the Save America Act and if anyone has better ideas to strengthen the nation's voting system. All right, so basically there's no turning back right now. That's the plane behind us on the runway. It's about to take off, so we're here at least for the time being to figure out what's going on. So on primary election day, we went straight to tribal leadership for perspective on Murkowski's claims. Are you the president? Ben Pungawee serves as one of the village officials and says he has no idea why she keeps pushing this one-sided narrative, but agrees with Murkowski. Flying would be a financial burden for most in this community. However, he says there are clearly easier alternatives she's not mentioning.
Do you think Senator Murkowski's doing a good job representing Savunga?
Well, 2018, I haven't heard word of housing. I don't know what she's going through right now.
This is not only a logistical challenge, but it presents a fiscal challenge.
However, he says there are clearly easier alternatives she's not mentioning.
You know, I get my driver's license through mail.
Yeah, so you're saying that people, maybe the folks could simply send them to you guys.
Mm-hmm. That's simple.
Simple. So instead of your people in Savunga having to fly to Anchorage or Nome, she should send ID cards to you guys.
Yep.
Why didn't she suggest that?
I have no clue. They want to keep you in a chokehold, you know. Hey, you stay there, you know. Instead of providing something, you have to work extra hard to get something. That's how the government works.
Then we visited Savunga's voting center, where some locals thought we were trying to falsely obtain tribal identification cards, so they called the cops on us.
So you thought we were trying to get tribal IDs?
It's just what somebody probably misunderstood you guys.
Exactly. So I just wanted to ask.
That's why I was coming over here to make contact.
Sorry, we're journalists. We're just trying to figure out what's going on.
After clearing up the confusion, even Police Chief Michael Wongatillan agreed.
They can't afford it because airline tickets here are way more expensive than flying to Nome to Anchorage and return. If they had like a traveling DMV.
That's a great idea. That's a great solution. But she didn't bring up that solution.
Maybe they didn't think about it.
Murkowski is not considering all the options to meet new requirements of the Save America Act.
So do you feel like Lisa Murkowski should maybe bring a traveling DMV here?
Well, what about Dan Sullivan, the junior senator? Wouldn't he be able to get something like that going?
Okay, that makes sense.
He thinks state officials should bring in a pop-up Department of Motor Vehicles office where his people can register to vote and get the proper IDs.
Chief came up with a great idea. He goes, just bring the DMV here so you guys don't have to fly to Anchorage and spend $800.
Fucking A, when are we going to get one out here?
So you think Lisa Murkowski should bring the DMV here?
Yes.
We reached out to Senator Murkowski's office and asked if the sentiment on the ground would compel her to change her position on the Save America Act. Her spokesperson refused to allow the senator to speak with us on camera, but sent us a statement that reads in part, flying in election officials or DMV employees or even mailing new voting documentation to rural communities are terrific suggestions that Senator Murkowski herself has offered through amendments and discussions with colleagues, only to have them dismissed by proponents of the Save America Act. But nowhere in the current legislation does it say these workarounds for rural voters would be blocked. We also asked for names of lawmakers who allegedly dismissed Murkowski's ideas, but her spokesperson says they did not want to get into internal conference negotiations. Residents say it's been years since Alaska's senator visited this village of less than 900 people. Here's what I find interesting. Every house has Starlink. Thank you, Elon Musk. Hello? Hello? The reality is most of the people we spoke to here in Savunga say they're not really concerned about national politics or any potential voter fraud. They want Senator Murkowski to focus more on local issues like bringing support into this community. They hope Murkowski decides to eventually show up in person to deal with local issues like access to more affordable groceries, direct flights to bigger cities, and a way out of the poverty that's evident in this tribal community. Look at all the crumbling infrastructure she's failed to address. There's no internet service, so residents have to rely on Starlink satellite to go online. Some houses are overflowing with garbage because the village lacks basic trash removal services. More importantly, they just want someone to listen to their ideas before misrepresenting them or speaking on their behalf.
Well, I'll pass it along to Lisa Murkowski, okay? Thanks again, Ben. I appreciate you. Well, we finally made it back on the plane. We're headed back to Nome after an adventurous day here.
I think that was a very good story, and I believe that it puts Murkowski in a position where, listen, now the American people are seeing this, and we know that you're full of shit. It's ridiculous. No, they actually they burn it normally over there. They trash wise, but what they need is all they need is a contained incinerator, and then a deep hole that they can dump all the ash into when as they need to. That's basically all that they need. They need an incinerator is what they need. If they're able to get rid of the garbage and then get rid of the dilapidated buildings and bring in structures that are capable of withstanding the weather, because you got to remember they're on an island. Okay, so they get the brunt of the Bering Sea storms. Okay, and basically, and they're no joke. I mean, you watch. If any of you have ever watched Deadliest Catch, you can see what happens. Those guys are fishing right up until the first snows come in and the ice moves in. Okay, this is that's why I said an incinerator, because an incinerator eliminates the smoke. It's a contained unit with a flushed, filtered airflow, and so on and so forth. That basically allows them to be able to do it. So, that's basically all they need. The fact that they're not allowed to do it is kind of bullshit. Okay, because if they have no waste removal places, then how are these people? Especially when you've got people that pretty much half the season, you're pretty much on a 4x4. I saw very, very few pickup trucks there. Okay, I saw a couple of them, but I saw more dilapidated, broke down cars and broke down trucks that are, basically, doors hanging off of them and everything else. But you think about that weather, and it'll give you an idea as to things that you can do. Just saying. Sabunga.
All they want to keep you on the.
And then let's see. Okay, I want to cover Mike Steger here. So here we go. Mike Steger with Promethean Action.
China has just launched and landed 2 different rocket boosters, one on land and one on sea, just in the last month. They will soon match the launch capacity and cost of SpaceX. They're the world's leading manufacturer and have the skill set and industrial ecosystem to build almost anything. They've been 30% of global growth for decades. So based on this, one might think China is going to take over the world. But that's not the case. Globalization has failed. And China now faces a massive crisis. The United States is going to be key to global stability. I'm Mike Steger, and I've been studying China for over a decade. While nations like China today have built up industrial systems using American system methods, there's a difference between American system methods and the true soul of the American system. In this video, I'm going to take a deep dive into why China is facing a crisis today, unlike any other Asian tiger, and by the end, what role America plays in world history today. It's time to end this era of globalization and discover the real American system. So hit like and subscribe so we can build this channel, and sign up for the Promethean newsletter in the description to join this discussion and get active. By the 1980s, Japan had built an industrial powerhouse. Reagan had to restrict auto imports, but it wasn't just cars. Japan was taking the semiconductor market from American firms. They were building nuclear power plants after we'd stopped building them. They'd been running bullet trains since 1964, while our rail rotted. How did Japan do this? Directed credit into heavy industry, protection for infant industries, infrastructure for advanced production. That's not a Japanese invention. That's Hamilton, Carey, and Lincoln. Meiji Japan in the 19th century studied the American system. Sound familiar? But in the era of globalization, the money went mad. At the peak of the real estate bubble, the grounds of the Imperial Palace in Tokyo were actually estimated to be worth more than all the real estate in the state of California alone. Then the bubble broke. Since then, Japan has spent 30 years, an entire generation, in what they call the lost decades, a national malaise. Despite the breakdown, Japan is still one of the wealthiest nations on earth. Yet they've stagnated for a generation, and for the last 20 years, their population has been in collapse. Now let's look at China. China also had access to the American system. The first president of the Chinese Republic, the man who took down the emperor, Sun Yat-sen, was schooled by missionaries in Hawaii on Washington, Lincoln, and the American system. Later, after the failed decades of Mao, China finally began to reform. So by 2008, during the Great Financial Crisis, China turned and aggressively applied aspects of the American system. In the 8 years after the financial crisis, China created new credit equal to about 1/3 of the entire world's GDP, the largest credit expansion in at least a century, directed credit at a scale Alexander Hamilton never dreamed of. And it worked. High-speed rail across the country, a shipbuilding industry that outrivals the rest of the world combined. Robotics, dark factories, space exploration, and a modern system of mass production. Palmer Luckey, who founded the defense startup Anduril, said it plainly. Labor is not even the cheap thing. That's an outdated concept. They automate most of the labor-intensive production. Their people are just genuinely extremely good. They have many of the world's best metallurgists, many of the world's best optical engineers. The metallurgists are real. The dark robotic factories are real. The reusable rockets are real. China looks like a total success, an economic powerhouse, the greatest national security crisis for the United States. But is a war with China the biggest threat? Or is there a bigger looming problem? Go back to September 2021. Evergrande, the largest Chinese real estate firm, collapsed. The founder was just sentenced to life in prison. 50 other executives, including his sons, were also convicted. Evergrande alone was carrying $310 billion in debt, the entire gross domestic product of Finland, an entire country. And it collapsed when its own employees started demanding their money back. What's that mean? They had loaned the company their salaries. It was a bank run at a company that wasn't even a bank. So at that point, property was between 20 and 30% of the entire Chinese economy. Today, new housing starts are down 77% from peak. Sales are half. And 60 to 70% of all Chinese household wealth was in real estate. That's bigger than the housing bubble crash. And understand the context for this Evergrande collapse. China had been sealed shut since January of 2020 under total COVID lockdowns. And then in the spring of 2022, 6 months after Evergrande went under, they locked down again in Shanghai. In 2022, 25 million people for 2 months. It only ended in November when people went into the streets, the first mass protest in decades. So here's what I want you to consider. There is every ingredient of a financial crisis: overwhelming debt, a property collapse, a financial system creaking with bad loans, local governments that can't pay their bills, then severe government intervention and control. But there was no financial crisis, no Lehman weekend, no fire sale panic. But Evergrande was a symptom. China had borrowed enormously and built the most advanced industrial system in the world. But to what end? They were a driver for global growth for 2 decades. But now what? Logan Wright of the Rodian Group has a word for this. He calls it decay. He thinks China chose to avoid the reckoning, the big financial moment, and take the slow decline instead. Because whose debt do you write off? Which state-owned enterprise gets written off? Which province's government writes off the debt? It's all political. It's all internal to the Communist Party. China didn't adopt the American system in full. They wanted to control the economy. And here's how it worked. The local governments were financed with land sales, not taxes, to cover the social services. And at the same time, they borrowed on the land value to build the massive infrastructure. But now what? The land sales revenue is gone. Where will the state revenues come from? Will they just write off the debt and print more money? This is a massive economy. There's no easy solution. But the stability of the state depends on full employment. Without jobs for the Chinese people, the communist regime becomes very, very unstable. So what do you do when a quarter of your economy crashes and you can't admit it? You keep those factories running. Based on estimates, roughly 30% of Chinese industrial firms now lose money. They overproduce and then sell at a discount overseas. China now produces more solar panels every year than the entire planet installs. Their prices make it hard to compete for other countries. Last year, China built 35 million vehicles and shipped 7 million overseas. This year, they're on track to export 10 million with a 10% discount in price from last year. They're earning less on every car and exporting more of them. And they can't stop. Stopping the exports means mass layoffs. Consider that the great problem in all of Chinese history is a question of national unity. Historically, China tends to split into warring factions after long periods of stability. The great project of the Communist Party is to keep China unified. But with a large enough economic shock, regardless of their industrial strength, China could face an existential crisis internally. It means China's trade relations and exports are vital to their political stability. The poster child for globalization is now the country most dependent on it, all while that system is now ending. So for a nation who depends on exports, what happens when the world stops buying? Well, the walls are already going up. Russia, China's closest partner, has placed tariffs on Chinese cars. Same with Brazil, another BRICS partner. They just raised their tariffs to 35%, the highest possible. And many other nations, including in Europe, are following this trend. No one knows how this ends, and export dependence is only one factor for China. The bigger question is why, with roughly 1.4 billion people, is China so dependent on exports? Japan faced something like this in the 80s, but China's version is actually far more extreme. First, unlike Japan, China controls its money. You can't freely move your savings out of the country, and the government sets what the currency is worth. That's how the party keeps control. Second, the demographics. Japan started shrinking decades after the boom. China is already shrinking. And third, China has a poverty problem unlike anything Japan confronted. In May of 2020, Li Keqiang, the premier of China, said 600 million Chinese live on about 1,000 yuan a month. That would be less than $5 a day for 40% of China's population. So how? How does the world's factory still have 600 million people living like that? Well, consider this. Roughly 250 million people live in Chinese cities as legal non-residents of those cities. They're basically rural migrants. They call it the hukou system. Your body is in Shenzhen, but your paperwork is in a village 800 miles away where you're from. And in China, the services follow the paperwork. No paperwork, no services, no safety net, no public education, no medical services from the local government. Migrant workers were priced as an input. Cheap labor may not dominate China's production today, but they don't have an internal consumer market. Too many Chinese have been left in poverty. And this is partly why they have to sell overseas. They never built the customers at home. So yes, they have an advanced production process, leading AI firms, a highly educated scientific and engineering class, and some of the world's best infrastructure. Look, China even has a population, millions of young people who love the music of Bach and Mozart. This isn't the Soviet system collapsing, but it is an Asian tiger unlike the world has ever seen. They took the American system's methods and became an industrial powerhouse, but they left the soul behind and became dependent on a system that undermines every other nation. The American system was never a machine for making things. The American system, in essence, is a cultural framework for building citizens, not a dominant government. China ran it backwards. They built the greatest productive apparatus in human history, but they forgot about the role of the individual. And this is part of China's cultural axioms. In the history of China and Japan, the emperor was the deity. He was infallible. The emperor alone stood between the people and heaven. Today, that's the Communist Party, trapped in a feature of ancient Chinese culture without the necessary flexibility. The role of the individual in technology might have been adopted in China, but the role of the individual in the state is fully untested in modern China. And it's the state that now needs to make major changes. They can either increase domestic consumption, make major social reforms, and empower the people, which risks a revolt against the central authority, the age-old story of China's internal politics, or they can try to keep exports up and the people employed, but this only increases the debt while the overseas market shrinks. It can't go on forever. So no one can envy the Chinese leadership. This is a tough decision they're going to have to make. But given the size of China today and the role it plays in global production, this is not an internal Chinese crisis. China has been the greatest source of economic growth on the planet for the last 2 decades. This level of growth has to be replaced if we're going to maintain global stability. And there's a solution. We're in luck. Create the most incredible economic leap in human history, right here in the United States, and export that economic leap around the world. The globalists assumed they could strip the United States of its economic power and move all of manufacturing to China. Wall Street and London were fully on board. Offshore everything. That was the motto. And once the United States was left as an empty husk, riddled with political divisions, then China's own crisis could trigger a global breakdown. There could be no United States to come to the rescue. The system of nations the United States had built after World War II would be put under something like the management of a communist-style world government run by central bankers. The MAGA revolution has changed that game entirely. So now it's time to unleash the greatest American victory, the ultimate triumph of the American Revolution. It's like the buildup for World War II, but this time it's going to be bigger, better, and more focused, because we're waging war on the real cause of destruction, all forms of globalism. And here's what the full American system mobilization starts to look like. Start with credit. Last year, Congress authorized up to $100 billion in federal loans and loan guarantees for critical minerals, and another $100 billion for critical technologies. That money is going to run through the Pentagon's Office of Strategic Capital, a kind of venture capital fund. And it's already moving. $700 million to build rare earth separation in Colorado. $1.4 billion for advanced battery materials. $2 billion more in a single week this month for batteries and critical minerals. That's directed credit from a national institution into physical production. It's Hamilton. It's the American system. And the guys who run it, former Wall Street guys. They took their razor-edge talents in finance from Wall Street and are now directing credit with a national mission orientation for the country. This is the soul of the American system. It's the Lincoln reflex that lies in the very bones of our people. And then watch what happens once the pump is primed. Morgan Stanley just launched an initiative to direct $1.5 trillion into mining, energy, critical materials, and data centers. Bank of America announced $250 billion over 18 months. NVIDIA, with BlackRock, Blackstone, Apollo, and Goldman Sachs, put together a $500 billion fund for advanced chips and the factories to make them. Understand what this is. Wall Street is being dragged into it because it's now profitable. The government primed the pump and is letting the citizens and corporations drive it forward. This is the American system, citizen-led, not government-directed. The government plays a role to unleash the necessary direction, as in war. But the energy and creativity of our companies, our industries, and our citizens are then unleashed. And all of it's possible because when the American people faced a crisis, they could change the course of government and bring President Trump back into office a second time. A new direction was presented by President Trump, and the population chose to build instead of die. Nations like Canada, or in Europe or China, are sluggish and weighed down by ancient desires for control. But for nations around the world that want to build, all that's been missing is American leadership. So now the physical build. Energy first. 4 experimental reactors went critical this year at the Idaho National Laboratory. The Energy Department is now financing 10 large commercial reactors, $17.5 billion in conditional commitments, federal credit, building real nuclear power. Then chips. In Grimes County, Texas, SpaceX and Tesla have broken ground on a semiconductor plant called TerraFab. This is going to be 100 million square feet. If it's built, as announced, it will be the largest building on the face of the earth. This is how America builds. Then the machines themselves. This is the part nobody's talking about, because the entire AI argument in this country is about chatbots and data centers. This is not about chatbots. It's about physical AI, machine tools that adjust themselves when the bit wears down, robotic arms with vision systems that inspect every piece coming off the line, whole factories modeled and run as digital twins. AI is the platform for advanced industrial computing, period. And then space. Yesterday, in Vermilion Parish, Louisiana, SpaceX announced a $100 billion spaceport. $100 billion. 125,000 acres of coast, 8 times the size of Manhattan. 5 launch complexes, its own propellant production, its own power generation, its own deep water port. The largest launch site in the world built in the swamps of Louisiana. This has all happened within 1 year. We're moving. Don't listen to the naysayers. The foundations for a new global economic system based on the true American system is already underway. And with the United States military rebuilt, every nation will have the right and the protection to start building, even China. America, the nation that can turn on a dime, revive our productive identity, and then rebuild whatever we need, will once again rescue the world, this time from the collapse of globalization. And that's this overview. Hit like and subscribe, get this video out there, help us build a movement with Promethean action by signing up in the description. And as always, thanks for watching.
Yep. Mike Steger is his name, and I really like what he puts together. It's no bamboozling, just straight up facts and information that you can pretty much take to the bank. Yeah. I'm just saying. Yeah. Yeah. What's Benjamin doing? You're not dropping dead. You're not dropping dead, not during my podcast. You wait for somebody else to go live before you pull that, Mister. Ain't nobody dropping dead during my podcast. It ain't happening. All right. Got to go to another channel. Just pick one. Just not this one. Yeah. All right. 5 hours. 5 hours I gave you today. 5 hours. Am I worth it? Am I worth it? I hope so. I hope so. We got what we needed for fuel, and that is going to get dropped off here in just a few minutes. If anybody wants to buy me dinner, you can do that too. I don't care. That would actually kind of make my day to kind of order a pizza, not have to worry about prepping and everything else. So, I didn't pull anything out for dinner. So, other than that, remember guys, no matter how crazy all this stuff gets, we're going to be all right. We are going to be all right. And nothing can stop it. Nothing can stop it. All right. It just can't. And with knowing that I got a supply coming, I will be with you guys again tomorrow. I will keep an eye on what's going on tonight. And actually, before I do that, let me go here first, just in case. I just want to see if anything brand spanking new. Here we go.
One last point on this. The fraud that Democrats perpetrate when they encourage illegal aliens to file fake asylum claims. Did you know, Laura, the cost of adjudicating even one fake asylum claim is the same cost as providing free cancer treatment to one American citizen with pediatric cancer? Every single fraud they abet, we could provide free cancer care to one American citizen. One last point on this. The fraud that Democrats perpetrate when they encourage illegal aliens to file fake asylum claims. Did you know, Laura, the cost of adjudicating even one fake asylum claim is the same cost as providing free cancer treatment to one American citizen with pediatric cancer? Every single fraud they abet, we could provide free cancer care to one American citizen. One last point.
And people wonder why we don't have free health care. Yeah. Just saying. Yeah. So after we exposed their asses, NBC was forced to admit the infant that died in Pennsylvania didn't die of the measles. It died of a ruptured spleen. Another hoax debunked. Yep. Yeah, we covered that yesterday too. And then State Department official warns far left troll Brian Krasenstein. We already know about that. Let's see. Before and after they sold their soul.
Before and after they sold their soul, part 27, Billie Eilish.
6 feet under, I can't help but wonder if I...
And the thing about these kids, becoming singers, is that their voices start off so innocent and then bam, it just goes, it just goes downhill from there. Goes absolutely downhill. Okay, they're 3 minutes away. So I'm going to go ahead and end this for now. I'm not sure who's on tonight. Who's got something going on tonight? Let's see. Does anybody have a precursor? Notification thing up or anything? Seeing anybody? See which one is it? How do you do that? I think you got to go there. No, that's not it. I think I got to go there. There we go. Let's see. Is she doing one tonight? Oh, wait a second. I just saw that. AEW. Yeah, of course, AEW is doing something tonight. Let's see. Does she have anything set up for tonight? I'm looking to see if she does Fridays. I don't remember if she does Fridays or not. I know she does Sunday, she does Wednesday. I guess maybe she just goes between the two then. Okay. Yeah. And other than that, okay, that's where I'm going to say for now. Thank you for joining me today. And thank you for those of you who donated. It is greatly appreciated. I cannot express my gratitude. I just I'm kind of, I get taken back sometimes with that. Less worry, less stress allows me to work better, and pull up more info that needs to be talked about. I will be back with you again tomorrow. Please remember, God loves you, Jesus loves you, and I love you. And I'm not sure what time tomorrow, but it will be sometime tomorrow. All right. In the meantime, let's take you out with part 2, the rest stop.
I'll see you at the next rest stop. We rested by the roadside. We've talked about what we found. Some things made the picture clear. Some just turned it upside down. The morning's breaking on the highway, and there's more road yet to see. So take your faith, and take your questions. Come and travel on with me. I'll see you at the next rest stop. Somewhere farther down the line. Keep your eyes upon the roadway. Keep your heart upon the signs. Don't let anger be your compass. Don't let fear tell you what's true. Keep your faith and keep on searching. There's more road ahead of you. There'll be voices selling answers. There'll be shadows dressed as light. There'll be people making fortunes, keeping neighbor against neighbor in a fight. So don't surrender your discernment. Don't let hatred take control. 'Cause you can win 1,000 arguments and still somehow lose your soul. I'll see you at the next rest stop. Somewhere farther down the line. Keep your eyes upon the roadway. Keep your heart upon the signs. Don't let your faith and keep on searching. There's more road ahead of you. This is more than news and headlines. More than proving someone wrong. It's deciding what we'll stand for. When the darker days come on. Will we answer lies with wisdom? Will we answer hate with grace? Will we stand for those who need us? When it's easier to turn away. Good and evil share this highway. Sometimes dressed alike at night. So test the fruit before you follow. Ask the Father for His light. Truth don't need a throwing punches. Faith don't need a heart of stone. We're supposed to shine a lantern for the travelers heading home. I'll see you at the next rest stop. Mustard seeds keep traveling on. When the night gets dark around you, keep looking for the dawn. Question bold. Listen humbly. Hold good grace. When the road has made you weary, we'll have another resting place. Someday there'll be one last highway, one last sunset, one last mile. And the road we've traveled faithfully will finally be worthwhile. Until the Father calls us home, we've still got miles to go. So keep your lamp lit, traveler. Keep searching for what's true. And somewhere farther down this road, I'll see you at the next rest stop. I'll see you at the next rest stop.